very sharp, very focused. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Hello once again from Leicester. We're back at the Mattioli Arena. It's the final furlong of the BetVictor Championship League. It all ends on Wednesday, so today and tomorrow we complete stage 2, and then the 8 group winners come back for 2 final groups on Wednesday, and there'll be one last final to decide our winner. So it's been a very interesting 3 weeks, and we've got a cracking lineup today for you. Chris Wakelin, the highest ranked player left in it, world number 16, starts out shortly against Lu Hongyu. And the other 2 players in the group, of course, follow. That's Dave Gilbert and Ricky Walden. Table 2, former world champion Stuart Bingham starts out against young Welshman Dylan Emery. Matt Selt follows against another young Welshman, Liam Davies. You can watch Table 2, of course, live on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. But we're going to kick off with, as I say, Chris Wakelin, the only member of the top 16 still going. Of course, they didn't all enter, but quite a few fell by the wayside. He's up against China's Lu Hongyu. So Chris, the top seed. It's always a big match, this, for the top seed, because if you don't win it, you're really chasing the game. But, of course, he was very impressive in his group. He won his first 2 matches. That pretty much won him the group, and then one last draw with Julien Leclerc. Lu Hongyu, also 2 wins and a draw in his group. Chris was here quite early. You know, he sees this as another opportunity to win a ranking title, getting the champion of champions, and of course the ranking points as well. Bed himself into that top 16. So once again, a possible 4 frames, 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw. Glanced off the blue. All that preparation, he's worked out all right, I suppose. Dominic Dale is back, delighted to say, for the last 3 days. Hello, Dom.
Good morning, Dave. Very good morning, everybody. Great to be back. Been thoroughly enjoying this event. Keeping an eye on the results and the surprises as well along the way. It is the first tournament of the season. A lot of players are a little bit undercooked, I suppose. Chris Wakelin, though, is one of those players, a bit like Stuart Bingham, really, is in action on the other table. He'll play in everything and practice very hard for every event that he plays. He's that sort of character. Lu Hongyu, a very capable player. He's been on the tour a couple of years or so now. He's ranked 56 in the world, just 21 years of age, but I felt that he's lost a little bit of consistency in his game. A couple of seasons ago, I thought he was a more dangerous and more threatening player than he is at the moment, but of course, this is the beginning of a brand new season. Let's see what that holds for the young Chinese player.
They had played just once before. It was in the English Open 2 years ago, last 32, and Lu Hongyu here won 4-3. And he went on to reach the semi-finals. In fact, he beat Ding along the way. So that's his best run in a tournament so far. Anya Hoden here, the referee, just making sure this cue ball's back in the right spot. Oh, well, that's what you call a thin glance. My word.
Keen eyesight, hey? Yeah, that match that they did play in the last 32 of the British Open a couple of years ago, Lu Hongyu was actually 3-1 behind in that match and won 4-3. I wonder if there's a plant on at the bottom of the pack of reds here. No, Chris didn't look at them. He's got a very good cue ball there.
The group that he won, Lu Hongyu, the top seed was Noppin Senkam. He drew with him in the first match, and that's what I'm saying. This opening match can be very significant for the top seed if they don't win it. The second seed plays back-to-back, and we saw just on Saturday, Jack Lazowski drew his first match. Xu Se, the second seed, won his next 2, so suddenly he was a massive favourite, and of course he did quite comfortably win the group in the end.
Chance perhaps to pop this red, and in doing so just cannon that red away from the black. Decided though to play up for a bolt colour, and he'd be a little disappointed to have missed that one by so far.
One thing that was noticeable on Friday and Saturday when we started stage 2 was it just feels more serious now. There's fewer people left in, more of an opportunity for someone to win a tournament. You won't be happy with that one. Meanwhile, but yeah, there'll be players, of course, who've won ranking events. Chris Wakelin's one of them. Ricky Walden, Stuart Bingham, Stephen Maguire, etc. And then there's people looking to win a first one, and that would be a big springboard for them. And remember, the Champion of Champions place as well up for grabs this week, so it's going to be a big 3 days.
I must presume that Chris Wakelin tried to run the cue ball through a little bit more for position on the black. If you can see this pink, it's a risky pot to take on. Very difficult pot. And there was a lot of pressure on it. He was guaranteed to be on the very red that he wanted to remove, the one closer to the black that's blocking it into one of the pockets. A little surprised that he took that on. It was a very difficult pot.
So first good chance falls to Lu Hongyu, who made 2 centuries in the first stage, from the 8 frames he won. Well, this break might be over already. The red through the middle must go. Wasn't sure because he didn't give much away as he walked around. Wasn't sure if he was on anything, but he was.
Yeah, I think it's the red he played for, but I think when he walked around the table initially, he wasn't sure that he had the angle on it to play through for the black. And Dave suggested it wasn't particularly apparent what red he played for there, but it was available and he was able to maintain position on the black. And yeah, this is a very good opportunity now.
Just to say, as we start our coverage today, we've had 91 centuries in the tournament, so it seems likely that we will make it to 100. We had 95 last year. What's impressed me is just how many different players have made them. It just shows the strength in depth, not just on the tour, but there have been players in the event not on the tour making them.
Decided to play for the black into the left corner there. He could have played a delicate stun across the face of the black to play it into the right-hand corner, and that may have made the pot just a little easier for Lu Hongyu, although I expected him to get it anyway. But this is the side of the game that benefits Chris Wakelin. He's a bit more tactically aware and more capable in terms of overall tactical play than I think his younger opponent is. Very solid player, Chris Wakelin. Oh, that's a beautiful pot from Liu Hongyu, but he was able to play the cue ball for position on the black into the same pocket in such a way as he wasn't going to leave an awful lot had this red not gone in. And that, whenever you can play a shot like that and guarantee that the cue ball won't be in a dangerous position for your opponent, it takes a lot of pressure off the pot. Now, does the left-hand red of the two together pot into the corner pocket? Must be tight. Could be that Liu Hongyu played for the red furthest left. But is he on this? And if he is on this, I think he's been a little fortunate. Just wriggled in. This black could have been easier though. He may struggle to reach this, although he is left-handed. Now can play this delicately, almost pocket weight to play for the red that's above the black into the same pocket. If the black doesn't go in, it'll probably block the pocket. This needs to run, and it won't.
Yeah, from a terrific opening pot, he never quite seemed in control of that break. And it's come to a rather quick end. Because we've already got two Chinese players in Wednesday's final stage, Pang Junzhu and Xu Se, as well as so far Steve Maguire and Joe O'Connor. Well, the red stayed out anyway, but he wouldn't have been on the black. Catching the knuckle.
Chris Wakelin felt that he potted the red. I think he's just keeping an eye on the cue ball there and was surprised that the red didn't drop. Now this isn't an easy positional shot for Liu Hongyu. It's never easy to judge the positional aspect of a shot. And the cue balls, or the object ball rather, is so close to a pocket as it was there. But went into them. Has he been lucky? 8. I think he has. I think it's finished beautifully. Look at that, dead straight and just roll through for the black.
Yeah, he would have been on the other one anyway, but that red just sort of rolled across and just finished perfectly. So what a chance now. Very aggressive shot. And he's made the running, let's be honest, in this frame. Now it's up to him to kill it off. Remember, there are 28 Chinese players on the World Snooker Tour this season, plus 4 from Hong Kong, so it's effectively a quarter of the tour. 10 in the top 32. And of course the world champion, Chao Xing Tong, leading the pack. The top players, the top 16, will be off to Shanghai very soon. Starts in fact a week today, the Shanghai Masters. There's the Wuhan Open, big ranking event there at the end of August. Xi'an Grand Prix International Championship, World Open as well to look forward to.
25.
Black and one more red, should be 1-0, as I say, in the end. He's rather dominated this frame.
I really do like the pace at which Liu Hongyu plays. He's very, very measured. Everything he does, even walking around the table, appears very calm, very in control.
40.
Well, it's only the first frame, but already Chris Wakelin just under it a little bit to get something out of this match. If he loses the next one, then obviously the best he can do is a draw. And as I say, then that opens the door. And remember, we've got Dave Gilbert, who's a former winner of this tournament, and Ricky Walden, who's a 3-time ranking event winner, also in the group. So it's a tough old group. And if you are tuning in for the first time, firstly, where have you been? Because we've been here for 3 weeks. Secondly, of course, the group can be resolved uniquely on who made the highest break. If every match is drawn, then it will be. Misses the yellow, or does he? Yeah, but as I say, he's dominated the frame there. Liu Hongyu making a good start against the top seed. He leads 1-0 against Chris Wakelin.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. The king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So we're underway here on the first day of the final week of the Championship League. Chris Wakelin, the top seed in this group. Didn't get much of a look in there. He had a half chance, but it was Liu Hongyu who dominated. And it's not come out of the blue, this little run he's had in the event, Liu Hongyu, because prior to the Championship League, we had qualifying for the Wuhan Open and the British Open, and he won both of his matches. He beat Ian Burns 5-3 in the Wuhan and Nogon Yi 4-0 in the British. So he's not actually lost a match yet this season. Chris Wakelin came up against an inspired Marco Fu in the qualifying, so he was telling me about it actually. He said he just sort of sat and admired Marco, who had 3 centuries to beat him 5-3 in that Wuhan event. Wakelin will be in Shanghai, but he's the world number 16, so clearly he wants to bet himself in for the various cut-offs that come. Obviously the UK Championship, the Masters, and ultimately the World Championship. Wants to be in the 16 for all of those. You dusted off your cue, Dominic, just recently, a couple of exhibitions.
How did you hear about those, Dave?
Well,
yeah.
It's the talk of snooker.
Oh, well, there you go. Yes, I did a couple of exhibitions, one in Oldham, the Oldham Snooker Academy, and one actually in our own Stephen Hallworth club in Lincoln. 2 lovely venues. I enjoy them both thoroughly, and yeah, strange now I've retired. I have to practice a little bit for an exhibition now just to make sure that my game's in some sort of order.
Do you do, because there's sort of 2 types of exhibition. There's one which is sort of jokes and trick shots and stories, and there's others sort of playing snooker. Do you have the patter? I mean, I know you do, but do you use it in the exhibitions?
Yes, I do a little. It reminds me a little bit of playing in the shootout. You have to have a bit of fun with the audience, but take it seriously enough that you don't make mistakes and miss easy pots, you know, thereby scuppering any opportunities that you may have to make a century break. because obviously, you know, they want to see century breaks. And I made a 1-4-4 and a 1-2-2 in the one in Oldham. Didn't manage one in Lincoln. The table was quite tough there, actually, but I was there for a league presentation more than anything else, so it was a lovely evening. I enjoyed them both.
Well, that's a good pot from Wakeland, because Liu Hongyu very nearly got away with the red he attempted. He got nowhere near. I thought he was going to snooker Chris behind the black. He didn't, but this was still needed good cueing. So Wakeland in. Let's see what damage he can do here.
Yeah, as you say, Dave, a super pot, but again, with the cue ball running towards bulk, it took a bit of pressure off the pot, because the cue ball was always going to be in a safe position should he have missed the red. Whereas when he missed the pink in that first frame into the left centre, he knew he'd be leaving a lot on for his opponent, so that just put a lot of pressure on the pot. And that particular pink went astray, whereas that red was potted very accurately.
Now then, amongst the sort of the young players from the UK who are looking to win this tournament, Dylan Emery back on tour. I think he's a terrific player. Dylan just lost his way there, but he's up against Stuart Bingham, of course. 17 points in. It just didn't get on the black there. Yeah, of course, Liam Davies as well, another young Welshman in that group. So, you know, it's not all about the young Chinese talent. There's young British talent as well. And there's a couple in that group. And be interesting to see who ultimately comes through. Matt Selt, the other player.
11.
Match Multisport YouTube channel for all the action from table 2.
Well, we saw the break-off shot on our main table here, table 1. Cue ball contacting the blue, and Stuart Bingham broke off. Table 2 went straight and off into the right-hand corner pocket. Oh, this looks unlucky. Went into the red absolutely beautifully, and he's on pretty much nothing. This red would cut into the right-hand corner pocket, but it's very thin, and positional control is the big problem here. He's just having a look to see if there's a chance of a cut back into this left corner. I don't know if you can see enough of the red. He's coming back round again to look at his original choice, but as you can see, it's very thin. There's no guarantee of position.
Chris Wakeling, 18.
Yeah, he was unlucky, wasn't he? You know, not to land on something nicely.
Just wondering, as we look at that replay, whether he may have left a shot to nothing on here for Liu Hongyu. Yes. Red into the right corner, can stun between the gap of the reds and the black to take the cue ball up the green or brown. But missed it so thickly, he's even left a cut back on here potentially for Chris Wakeling. Maybe it's a little thin, the one to the left centre. But one good safety here could really pay dividends, because these reds now are split beautifully. I suggested maybe too thin, was actually cuttable, but he's made a little bit of a mess of it, and again it was a risky shot to take on because of the position of the reds, and it could be very costly.
One.
Could have been. But lost his way immediately.
One. Liu Hongyu. One.
Oh, what has Liu Hongyu done there? I think he was so focused on keeping the black in the middle of the table, he just got too much backspin into the cue ball, went straight into the blue with it, and oh, likewise, that could be a costly mistake. But Chris Wakeling really does need to win this frame. 2-0 down in potentially 4 frames. You're only looking at a potential draw at best, so not a good way to start the group. Chance to get the blue back onto its spot here. I think his next objective will be to get the black back onto its spot, which he may be able to do here very shortly.
6.
May have just overrun slightly.
Can Wakelin just get going in this match, get his hand on the table, pot a few? He won his group comfortably. He won his first 2 matches, so it was that position where the last match wasn't that meaningful. It was a 2-2 draw with Julien Leclerc. It was one of those that he kind of didn't have to win, really.
13.
So maybe wasn't quite as intense as he had been earlier in the day. Done his work already. I suspect this will be different today, though, because of course we've got Ricky Walden and Dave Gilbert as well in this group. Of course, Chris will be at the Shanghai Masters. If he beats, he's got a wild card. We don't know who it is yet. If he beats him, he'll play Zhao Xingtong in Zhao's first match as world champion. So there's going to be a bit of an atmosphere there, for sure, because they played in the quarterfinals at the Crucible.
Too straight on the blue to get close to his next red, so
26.
this is a little missable. Playing for the blue into the left centre.
27.
Again has finished just a little straight. Now, has he got any angle at all to work with here? Could be important because the 4 reds next to the pink don't look to be particularly available unless he can get close to them. The outer red of the 4 would pot to the left corner, but you wouldn't be able to leave yourself on it particularly well if the blue is too straight.
Chris Wakelin.
Wow.
27.
Tried to force an angle, tried to pop the blue into the side of the middle pocket just to create an angle, but as you can see, it certainly hasn't worked out. Could have finished worse, though. The red near the right corner will pop, but very hampered queuing for Liu Hongyu.
Just to say, Stuart Bingham has won that first frame against Dylan Emery. It was in the balance, but Bingham 1-0 in front. He's been, since winning his group, he's been out in China playing Chinese 8-ball pool. It's always looking, Stuart, isn't he, to just play Q Sports, but snooker, of course, his first love.
The red directly above the black may be possible into the left corner, but either way, even if it isn't, Liu Hongyu has an opportunity here to get the cue ball right in behind the blue if he hits it well. Oh, but much too thin.
Wakelin 44 in front, so if he can pot this red, then could well be one each. Oh dear.
That's an excellent pot, really is, but again, playing the cue ball into baulk did take some of the pressure off it. But it hasn't really finished on anything unless the blue will pot. Can he get past the brown to pot the blue? 43 points, the arrears. Still plenty left on the table. Doesn't have to take a pot on here.
You hungry? One.
Well, it's been quite a low quality frame, but Chris Wakelin won't mind if he wins it. He's 43 in front. Another chance presents itself.
One.
Cue ball's just run on a bit for the black. Looking at the yellow. And now you fancy him doing enough because he's not got much to do here. A couple more pots should
Three.
secure the frame. As I say, it's been scrappy, but it doesn't matter in this format. It's all about getting frames on the board. He can still win the match, of course, get the 3 points.
Four.
I think Chris is a bit like Stuart Bingham in as much as he will treat every event the same. You know, he was here early this morning. He lives local, but he wanted to get here, have a little practice, just get ready for today. Because we know what a big difference winning the shootout made to him. It's the fact that he came away with the trophy transformed his whole career. It helped him on his journey to becoming a top player, which he is now. So it's bits and pieces, but Chris Wakelin doesn't care about that. He's won the frame,
18.
and the top seed has levelled the match at 1 each.
And a frame.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion. Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Now, table 2, Stuart Bingham, as I mentioned, won the first frame there against Dylan Emery. Emery in front in the second. The other players in this group, as Bingham gets a thin edge on that red. Matt Selt and Liam Davies. Here, it's 1-1 between Chris Wakelin and Lu Hongyu. Just waiting for Lu to return. Of course, he did have a great result last season. He beat Mark Selby out in China in the World Open. Got to the last 16 then. That was the best he did, Lu, in a ranking event. And then, despite that, in the World Championship, he was pretty comprehensively drubbed by Mitchell Mann 10-2. So it was a bit of a disappointing end to the season. But has started this one well, as I mentioned. He's not lost a match yet.
I've played Lu Hongyu just a couple of years ago and I was very impressed with him, and I'm still impressed with him and I watch him play. He's ranked 56 in the world now, and for me he's a much better player than that, so I'm glad he started the season really well, because he's a player that should be doing better than he has been the last sort of year or so in terms of consistency, because when you watch him play there's not an awful lot that can go wrong. He's got a nice pace around the table, he's a lovely cueist. To say, there's not much can go wrong, but temperament is everything, isn't it, in sport?
Yeah, and as the stakes are raised, as they are here, you know, how will he cope? If he were to win this group, how will he feel on Wednesday with the chance to win a trophy? To say, there are several players already, of course, have won ranking events. Stuart Bingham and Matt Selt on the other table, Wakelin, Gilbert, Walden on this one, Steve Maguire through to the last group already.
First break.
So maybe when push comes to shove, they will be the favourites. Anyway, we'll see. Right now, it's 1-1. This is frame 3 of 4. Oh, well. We're talking about what's happening with the break-off shots, and that's Chris Wakelin's response. He's played that very defensive shot just into the back of them. Frame 1, when he broke off, he caught the blue. There was a time, I mean, Mark Williams started it. There was a time when it became a bit of a sort of fashion, that, and then it went away again.
Well, that's overhit a little bit, and the red that's furthest up the table there will pot into the right corner. Lu Hongyu has decided against it. Can open a few reds into play here, and has done so. Needs his cue ball to keep travelling. Oh, if it had just missed the brown, it would have been a snooker. was the red I thought Liu Hongyu could have attempted previously, but didn't. It does appear that the blue has come to the rescue there of Chris Wakelin. The red in bulk doesn't appear to be potable. Is there a plant on, I wonder, into the right centre, the two reds next to the pink? Well, that red was potable. I wasn't sure, but clearly it was on. But there are signs to me that this table's playing just a little on the heavy side. They're struggling to get the backspin into the cue ball. But what a golden opportunity this is now for Chris Wakelin to take a 2-1 lead and guarantee at least a draw. Left a lovely angle on the black now to go into the pack of reds. No guarantee he'll finish on anything, but they should split well. Played a delicate cannon instead. That surprised me a little bit. But as long as he's on this red to the right corner, he's okay.
$24. $25.
I was wondering what Chris Wakelin had done there. I thought the pink spot was still occupied. It's just available. He's been in all sorts of trouble.
$32.
Just killed the pace of the cue ball there too much. He's out of position now. I'm sure he'll still take this blue on, but it's very missable to both the left corner or the left centre, really.
$37. $38. $45. $46.
That's a lovely angle now on the blue to play a delicate cannon into those 7 reds. Doesn't need to play this with any great pace. Oh, but he just caught the edge of that red and you can see what's happened. He's pushed the reds together. He's finished in no man's land, so that's end of break. Now the problem is he's put a red near the corner pocket now, which he'll have to hide. Just caught the wrong side of that red.
Yeah, so disappointing end to proceedings for Wakelin. Dylan Emery going well in frame 2 on table 2.
51.
60 in front with 59 on already, so can take the extra points here, this blue. And it's looking very much like one each with Stuart Bingham. He played in a lot of events, didn't he, as a top-up, but he's now back on tour. Yeah, sort of had the best of both worlds in a way. He played in the pro events, he played on the amateur circuit as well. But of course, the pro ranks is where he wants to be. And Sir Lou goes in off that red near the pocket.
Chris White. 4.
At least in going in off it, he moved it away from the pocket, I suppose. Anyway, Dylan Emery, that's not a break of 79, by the way. He's on 51, but he's dominated the frame. And has levelled up at one each. Well, it was thin, but he's clipped it in.
Hasn't finished on a colour, but because of the position of the balls and the lead that he has, I'll be certainly looking to put a colour safe here now, because as things are, although there are 2 reds near that right side cushion, they're not particularly difficult to pot, so I'd certainly like to see a colour safe somehow. Protect that 56 points lead. Could just roll up behind the brown. I mean, there wouldn't be too much wrong in playing that. But is he taking it on? Sometimes you can just have too many things to think about. Yeah, I think he's chosen the right method there in putting the yellow on that side cushion. It's in an awkward spot there.
Well, 56 to the good. And there is a red to go at here, which could effectively be frame ball. Oh well, maybe not. You can certainly see it's a cutthroat format, short matches, and maybe it just does invite a little bit of caution, particularly as we go deeper into the event. You know, in a best of 11 or something, going 2-1 down is not a big deal, but it is in this format. It means you can't take the 3 points.
If this red to the right centre were a little straighter, you could drop it in for the blue, but it's just a little thin for that. This is a little awkward now for Liu Hongyu. The red closest to the black, in theory, would pot into the green pocket, but the cue ball's just a little close to this top cushion to dig down into to hold for the black, and it would be risky. The red next to the pink could be left. But now that red's gone into bulk, although he could play a safety from it, it's not particularly easy.
Yeah, of course, Wakeling doesn't want to be moving the balls he's put safe with the lead he's got.
I think Chris could have played off the red below the yellow, but as you say, Dave, he didn't want to move it, but well, that cue ball ran through the red that he contacted, and this red next to the pink is obviously potable, and it is.
1.
So a chance now for Liu Hongyu to raise some of this deficit. Still a lot of work to do. Those 3 reds next to the yellow are a big problem. Particularly well. Still has the red near the blue spot and one also near the right centre that would cut in.
8. Nine. Liu Hongyu. 9.
It's become a very cagey game of snooker, and Wakeling still holding the cards with the lead he's got. Wakeling, he doesn't want every red on the cushion. He's going to need a couple himself. Well, he has left a chance here. A lot of work to do, though.
be able to screw back here for the red that's in bulk. May just have a perfect angle on this pink, just to screw in behind it.
Meanwhile, a much more flowing frame next door. As Stuart Bingham, this is a break of 76, or 71. Looks like he's about to go 2-1 up against Dylan Emery. Bingham's game is very much big breaks, isn't it? He's known for 9 maximums, over 600 career centuries. Shakes his head there, but he's 72 in front with 67 on, so it's 2 snookers needed. Looking good for Bingham. 10 years now since he won that World Championship, amazingly, to go 2-1 in front. Oh, especially now, what a red he's potted, as Lu Hongyu misses that one and will be concerned with the deficit in the frame.
Well, Liu didn't manage to get ideal position on the red. But Chris Wakelin came to the table 40 points to the good, so he still needs one of those awkwardly placed reds next to the yellow, but this is the sort of frame he doesn't expect to lose. Considering the position of the balls, he should be able to control the rest of this frame to his satisfaction. And win it rather comfortably. He's decided to leave himself the longest red to this left corner, which would be frame ball. He's 46 points ahead, so 1 snooker would be required should this drop.
Well, he played the safety, but he's caught the bump of the middle pocket with the cue ball. He's still a favourite to win this frame, but the longer it goes on, you know, the more you feel there could be a twist in the tail. Liu here doesn't have that many points to play with. 46 behind, 51 on with the blacks, of course.
1.
Has a lovely angle on the blue, and if he can cannon the red that's closest to the cushion here in such a way as to bring the yellow out as well, this frame could change very quickly. Oh, he's caught the yellow. Do you know, that may not be too bad. Still has a very possible red with the rest.
6.
Not sure how good he is left-handed. He's not out of this frame just yet.
Stuart Bingham with a century, and as I was mentioning earlier, as he misses that, you know, high breaks can decide placing. So 115, a good one to have in his locker early on.
Liu Hongyu, 6.
Another very scrappy frame, but Wakelin's held the advantage, and he needs this red to get to the snooker's required position.
Well, he hasn't really got away with it. It's just that the angle that he's left Liu Hongyu with this red could be an awkward angle. Cue ball could be coming off the cushion towards the black. Oh, good pot. Oh, he was okay. And he's played that to perfection. He has a lovely angle now on this black to drop him behind the red or cannon it into play. Played the cannon, played it well. Now he's 32 points behind, so he needs at least the blue from this remaining red to be able to win the frame. Is it worth coming off the bulk cushion and side cushion to cannon the yellow into play? Because if he can do so, well, he'd be on the blue as a certainty. If you miss the cannon, well, the cube will be coming down towards the pink and the black, so surely it's got to be worth a go cannoning the yellow here. Oh, he's missed the red. I don't believe it. Been fortunate though. Very fortunate.
Wakelin's been favourite in this frame for about the last 20 minutes, but he hasn't won it yet. And really, there's only the yellow now that is an issue for Lu Hongyu, so the longer this goes on, the more you could see him potentially winning it.
The outcome that Chris Wakelin was hoping for there. Another chance to pot this red and get onto blue, pink or black. Powered it in. He knows he needs the blue at least, and he's certainly on the blue. Now, what sort of positional shot can he play here to try and get onto the yellow? It's the only awkward ball. Well, not the worst kiss on the black by any means. Can play a very good safety here, but could attempt the double. As far as doubles goes, well, this is a fairly straightforward one. Is it worth the risk? Has he fluked it? Oh, has he fluked it? He's fluked it, and he's got some sort of position on the green. Not ideal, but he's on it.
It just seems a little bit destined. I mean, the flick on the black to leave the double, it ended in a treble. As I say, Wakelin has been such a big favourite in this frame, but maybe not now. Cancel that. He wouldn't have been on the brown anyway, but he's left the green on. So after all that, Wakelin just needs the green. And barring Snookers, he's 2-1 in front. He'll be very relieved. When he saw that double, well, treble, go in, he must have been concerned. Well, it's still not quite done, is it? 27 in it, 22 on. I mean, he gets the chance to pot brown and blue. He could take it down to pink and black. He would need just one with pink and black. Yeah, I mean, if he potted brown and blue, I mean, it'd be a good chance where the black was. But anyway, Chris Wakelin can pot the brown himself. He's not done so. He sort of caught that all wrong, didn't he? So, once again, can Wakelin put this frame to bed? It's taken some winning. Finally, though, the brown goes in, and okay, he's not played his best snooker by any means, but he's got a chance to win the match and to put himself in the early driving seat in this group.
9.
Well, it's just dropped in, but the work had been done before then. It was, as I say, a scrappy old frame, but Chris Wakelin does not care about that. He leads 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Dylan Emery at the table here on table 2. Stuart Bingham won the first frame. Emery made 73 in the second. Bingham 115 in the third. So it's been a flowing match, and Emery hoping to continue that pattern here with this early chance he's got in frame 4. It would be a huge day for him, wouldn't it, if he could win this group, put himself in contention. Just 8 players will be left on Wednesday to break through and win a ranking title. I think he's one of those players, and we've seen a few over the years. I think now he's got back on tour, he will actually sort of thrive a bit. I think that sometimes that first 2 years, it's difficult anyway, but staying on seems to be the main goal. And if you don't, it's a big disappointment. But if you get back on, you've had the experience of being on the first time, and we've seen a lot of players over the years do really well. Let's hope so. But anyway, here's Lu Hongyu to break, trailing 2-1, the last frame here. Remember, if it's a draw, they take a point each. If Wakelin wins the frame, he takes 3 points. Toby Emery's just actually gone in off next door, so that's the end of that break. Well, this red's going over the pocket.
Amazing how that red found that gap. I do believe he's comprehensively snookered it with the brown. Can he swerve around the brown to pot it off the side cushion? That's what Lu Hongyu is attempting. Oh, this isn't far away. Oh, very unlucky. A very good attempt. I think he had to play that shot. Had no other option, really. Chris Wakelin coming to the table now after losing that first frame rather comprehensively. There's an opportunity here to win the 3 remaining frames and take a full 3 points here, because I think in these short format matches of potentially 4 frames, if you lose that first frame, realistically you're hoping for a draw at best. But here's his chance for victory. But I think it's fair to say both players have struggled throughout this match. They haven't really scored very heavily. Can Chris Wakelin do so here?
Well, it's ultimately bad news, isn't it? He's fluked one. Look where the white's finished. Buried.
Oh, that's completely gone wrong, hasn't it, Dave? Especially now with that red near the right corner. Ordinarily, he'd be able to just play into bulk, try and contact yellow, green or brown, and it'd be pretty safe, but that may not be the case now.
You didn't know where to look here, did you? He's missed that one. One's gone in, but cue ball in amongst the reds. And as you say, leaving the red near the right corner, it's a bit of a head scratcher.
The red below the cue ball could be a problem, because if he could come off 2 cushions and contact the yellow full ball, he may be okay. Ah, he's going to play into the black. This is a risk.
Here's my clean. 9.
I thought for a brief moment that he actually didn't have a shot. You know, if all the reds are covering the cue ball, you have to just play a shot, don't you? And, you know, be seen to play one, but it would obviously have been a foul anyway. He has hit the black, but this red is potable with good cueing. Very nicely done.
1.
Yeah, he was always going to leave something on for Liu Hongyu, but nevertheless, that was a very good pot. Does the red above the black pot into the left corner? If it does, this next positional shot's very straightforward. It was on, but it's been very poorly played. He's short of pace, so no guarantee now that he can hold for the
14.
black. Well, if he's on the pink to the right centre, he's been very lucky.
Yeah, and little things like that can make a big difference, not just in a match, but in the whole group. I'm sure that Dave Gilbert and Ricky Walden would love to see a draw here. See these two players sort of neutralised early on, if you like. Because Gilbert did win that group last year with all the draws. He needed to make a break north of 130 in the very last frame. And he did. He made a 136. Incredible, really. Now then, drama on table 2. Dylan Emery with a chance here to get the draw against Bingham. It's been a much more fluent match, this. Remember, there's another young Welshman in this group, Liam Davies, and also Matt Selt, who is a fellow Essex man of Stuart Bingham.
21.
29.
22.
Well, it's good for Emery. It's going to be about getting on that last thread now. That's the key to this frame, you'd feel.
35.
Must remember not to call him Dick Emery, Dominic, which for younger listeners was a well-known comedian of years gone by.
36.
Yes, he used to have his own show, the Dick Emery Show. Starred in a number of comedy films as well in the 50s. But this last frame certainly hasn't been a comedy of errors from Dylan Emery's point of view. He's scoring very well here. This was the difficult positional shot that Dave alluded to that he had to play, and he's played it very well.
Yeah, I must say I'm impressed with him. I think he's got a good attitude if you speak to him, and also very solid
37.
technique. He's had a good amateur junior career, so it's about making the step up. And it would be some statement, as I say, if he were to be today's winner. He hasn't potted this yet. This is surely the key ball now in terms of making it 2-2. As Lu Hongyu misses that, Emery does not make that mistake.
37.
He's pulled the cue ball back a little, so he's wrong side of the blue. He's going to need yellow and green after the blue to make it 2-all. Well, he's kissed the black, but it's okay. Still got a shot at the yellow.
49.
Chris Wakelin, a little wild there. He's left the red to middle as Emery lines the yellow up. Yellow and green needed. Ah, yes, very nicely done. So an impressive finish, a good match actually between these two. And it looks like points shared, which, as I say, is kind of good news for Matt Shelton, Leon Davies, who are going to be following them. Meanwhile, what a wonderful split from Lu Hongyu.
58.
60.
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly if the black is still available to the left corner. If it isn't, he can still run up for blue or pink. What's he playing here? Prefers a red to the left centre. I'm a little surprised.
63 and frame.
Good pot though, it was missable. Well, it certainly is a 2-all draw over on table 2. Much better quality match in terms of scoring, I think, than this one's been, but nevertheless, we could be heading for a 2-all draw here with Ricky Walden and Dave Gilbert to follow.
12.
Now, may not be able to play for the black here, but can play for the pink into the right-hand centre pocket, possibly, if he just drops the red in. Decided instead, though, to go up for the blue, no problem.
13.
Surely he can't make a mistake from here. Just 3 or 4 more pots are all that he requires.
It's been a tense affair, hasn't it? It's been quite scrappy.
18.
But as I said, when we started stage 2 on Friday, it was noticeable it was a different feel. It's a long event, this, but we're approaching the end now, and various players will be looking around thinking, someone's got to win it, why shouldn't it be me? And of course, for quite a few of the people left in, it would be a big breakthrough to win a ranking title. Well, he's got into the white there, so this isn't quite done yet. Still needs another red, but first he needs this blue in.
Just going wrong at the wrong time here for young Chinese. 52 points to the good, so this red is frame ball for a 2-all draw. Doesn't need to worry about the positional aspect of it, just pop the red. And he has.
25.
So barring snookers, it will be a 2-all draw. I think Lu Hongyu will be more satisfied with a 2-all draw than perhaps Chris Wakelin will be, having lost the first frame and winning the next 2.
Three snookers needed, so yeah, looking very much like 2 apiece.
32.
All the signs are this group is going to take a bit of winning. It's good news in particular, I think, for Dave Gilbert, though, because he plays back-to-back matches now, so if he could win them both, then he can take a real grip on the group.
Lu Hongyu. 32.
Gilbert up against Ricky Walden, and then, of course, plays Lu Hongyu in the last match of the session.
1.
Chris Wakelin will want to pop this black, followed by another red and the black, and leave that red close to the pink to try and get a free ball from. Play the cue ball tight in behind the pink, try and leave the red
8.
very close to a bolt colour to try and get that free ball that would mean that he could potentially tie with one snooker. Should he get that free ball, of course. Well, actually be able to win with the free ball. He'd only be 44 points behind, but he hasn't played that well. He needed to screw back another 4 or 5 inches there.
16.
Can still get him behind the pink with the cue ball, but the red, well, he couldn't play it near a bolt curl, and that's a disaster. He's laughing at his own mistake, but I think that's pretty much all over now.
Yes, and he comes forward to shake hands. So it was quite a tense match, that, and it has ended in a 2-2 draw. The players take a point apiece. We'll take a 5-minute break and we're back with Dave Gilbert against Ricky Walden.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
You lose, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of the guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it. I mean, you want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't understood what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida. We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
So we've had already 2 matches played and 2 draws. It's going to be quite a tense day. I think Stuart Bingham and Dylan Emery on table 2 each. We've just seen Chris Wakeland and Lu Hongyu draw 2 each here on table 1. Matt Selt, Liam Davies are just getting underway next door. Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel for that. And we're ready for a meeting between 2 very familiar faces, Dave Gilbert and Ricky Walden. Gilbert won this title, of course, in 2021. And Ricky Walden, it's good to see Ricky doing well again because he's had his health problems indeed. Of course, he had to pull out of the German Masters. He got to the quarterfinals last season, but was taken to hospital and had to sit the tournament out. Thankfully, all is well. So it's a tough group to call, but certainly this match is tough. I was looking back actually. If you count every meeting, and a lot of them have been in this Championship League, 7-6 to Gilbert, but frames between them, Gilbert 34, Walden 34, so he suggests it's going to be close. Stephen Hallworth joins us for the final 3 days.
Yeah, they've met on so many occasions, haven't they, these two, and as you say, very difficult to separate the pair. Both very experienced, both know of one another's games inside out. But yeah, we've arrived at the halfway stage, haven't we, to get through to that final group, that chance to lift this title and all the rewards that come with it. The first ranking event of the season.
Dave Gilbert won all of his matches in his group. Ricky Walden 2 wins and a draw. Well, missed the intended red and has left one on. Walden actually didn't make a good start to the season. He lost his qualifiers for the Wuhan and the British Opens.
1.
Yeah, he was in my group in phase 1, and I was aware of those 2 qualifiers, and you looked at it as an opportunity, perhaps somebody that was struggling, but he played nicely in the group. He made that 1-4-3 against me, actually, and yeah, he looked really good in the end, and it's good to see him back playing. I'm a big fan of Ricky Walden, and
6.
you know, his health has obviously been an issue in the past, but he looks to be somewhere close to finding a good level of form.
7.
Yeah, he starts the season as world number 40, but he's an experienced campaigner with 3 big ranking titles to his name, so can go deep in any event.
He's another player that's been chopping and changing with cues as well. I've just chatting to him upstairs, and he's made a few changes.
Just brushed that red there, which has just messed things up a little. Seems to be more of that than ever. I mean, I think we were saying last week, you know, it used to be you just basically had a cue most of your career, but now players, a lot of players seem to be chopping and changing. It's a terrific recovery pot, meanwhile.
13.
Yeah, very good, and I think this pink will pass the pack. Although it's a very tough pot from where the cue ball has come to rest, and where does his next red come from? That's why he's taking the blue in and out of balk. He's played this nicely also.
He's always had great presence. I mean, he's tall. You know, he has that sort of way about him in the arena. You know, he really wants to pot every ball and win every frame. He's got that intensity. Seems there are a lot of players who are like that. I mean, John Higgins is a bit like that, but off the table, they sort of don't have it at all. They're very relaxed, very calm, easy to talk to.
Yeah, it's like they lure you into a false sense of security. You think he's a decent guy, and then you go out there and play him and he wants to destroy you. This has been a great break so far. He's knocked in some fantastic balls to keep this break going, and it's by no means a straightforward chance, but just wonder if this pink will pot to the left corner pocket.
25.
If he can drop this red in on the right side of the table and leave a low angle on that pink, that would bring everything into play. So clearly that shot tells us that pink does pot now. Just the pace, really, he's got to consider here. Just looks like it could be impossible to not land on a red.
He's something of a veteran now, Ricky. He's 42 years of age. He's been a pro quarter of a century. I remember when he was in, they had a thing, the Young Players of Distinction, when he was just starting out.
33.
People like Ali Carter, Stephen Maguire, Sean Murphy, Ryan Day kind of came through that scheme. He told me once that at school the teacher did the thing going around, what do you want to be when you grow up? And he said, I want to be a snooker player. And the teacher told him to go outside and stand in the corridor, not to be so silly. I wonder if they're watching.
I wouldn't be surprised if most snooker players actually have a story similar to that, if not identical. I did as well. I remember my maths teacher actually called my parents into school because I was so slack with my homework and revision, and I was just so sure on being a snooker player. That's all I wanted to do, and the fact I didn't really put much effort into my work, they called my parents in and pretty much belittled the fact that I wanted to be a snooker player in front of my mum and dad. And well, my dad's response was quite comical, something that I can't really say on air.
The thing is, I mean, it's a very, very tough profession, but it is a profession. You know, the guys are going to, you'll be there, Stephen, Saudi Arabia soon to play for £500,000 first prize.
Yeah, it's a really, really tough sport, and you can't take anything away from the players that succeed in this game, because it's a lonely place to be at times, and you know, inevitably there's more down times than there is high times.
45.
So you've got to be quite a strong individual, quite thick-skinned to keep coming back for more. And as you say, the rewards are there now. These events we've got, these opportunities that are there for the taking. It's an incredible time to be a snooker player. Meanwhile, Ricky just refuses to
50.
leave the table. This break still going, up to 50 and a few balls away now from securing the opening frame. He's taken these so very well.
Yeah, just really determined, like you say, not to leave the table without winning the frame. He's kept it going superbly. Just got to carry on for a few more shots, and this will be a great start. And you mentioned, of course, the 1-4-3 he made against you.
57.
With a draw already, high breaks, you know, are looming in this group. There weren't many in the first match, to be honest, but Ricky Walden could set an early target here.
Yeah, and I was just sat with Dave Gilbert upstairs in the players' lounge, and it was sort of working out, saying a draw was the perfect result in the first game, but the last thing you wanted to see coming into the arena is Ricky Walden
64.
making a fantastic contribution. So it's an opportunity for both to try and win this and get to the top of the table.
65.
Yeah, of course, Gilbert's got back-to-back matches, so he's in the position Jusser was in last week in Jack Lazowski's group following the draw. He basically won the group in the afternoon. But Gilbert has not played much of a part in this frame. He mishit that safety,
70.
and it's cost him big time.
71. 77.
Well, it doesn't matter how you look at this game, and sometimes you can overcomplicate it, but if you just keep potting balls, you'll be all right. And that's pretty much what Ricky Walden has done for this break. He's just kept knocking them in. Doesn't matter where he's landed, he's just kept potting them.
Well, the black is covering the pink, so it's going to be blue. Yeah, fantastic start this. Made 2 centuries in the first stage, the 1-4-3 we've mentioned. He made a 1-2-1 against Rob Milkins as well. The way the circuit is, you know, if you don't sort of, if you're not seen for a few tournaments, you can sort of get forgotten almost. But Ricky Walden's had a great career. He's been as high as number 6 in the world Championship semi-finalist, 3 big ranking titles, various final appearances. Just begging the yellow there to,
99.
sorry, the cue ball to come in and out of ball. Can he keep this going and make the century? Of course he can. It's been that sort of break, hasn't it? Terrific.
Yeah, incredible. This is as good a century as you'll ever see. Brilliant stuff in the opening frame from Ricky Walden. It just refuses to miss. He's been out of position so many times in this break, and he just keeps knocking them in. I can't believe it. He's missed one.
Well, the damage has been done. 104, so he's got a century in his back pocket if he needs it later. He's looking really good. He leads 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, a terrific 104 there from Ricky Walden to really set the pace in this match. Didn't see much of Dave Gilbert, but let's see if he can get it in this one. Of course, he's capable of similar. He made the 147th 147 break in this very tournament a few years ago.
Well, the break-off from Ricky, much too short of pace, and the safety shot from David Gilbert, much too thin. Although the blue has come to his rescue to some degree, he's stopped those reds being available down the right side. Looking for a better line on the cue ball, and he's found it.
Mentioned they played 13 times. Actually, 6 of them are in this Championship League. 2 players who, have always supported the event, whether it's ranking or invitation.
Has he left the gap between 2 reds for a red to right corner? Well, he's going low on the cue ball, so maybe attempting this, screwing back for blue, you would feel. Oh, wow. Wow, what a strike from Dave Gilbert. That is as pure as you'll see. And look at how he's played it. He's not overhit the ball. It was just fully controlled. That was a superb strike. Considering he sat out for the opening frame and did all the spectating, that was fantastic.
I guess after frame 1 he knows he's got to play well. He's always had a very sort of elegant style about him, Gilbert. Very nice player to watch. Another player like Walden has been in the top 16, but at the moment he's trying to find his way back. He's 23, so he's, within touching distance. The tour is structured now, there's so many doors sort of opened if you can do well in one event. So in this one, Champion of Champions, that's not a ranking event, but it will be a head start for the World Grand Prix in February, which is a big ranking event for the top 32 this season at that point. So obviously if you get in that might open the door to the Players' Championship and put it all together. It might get him back in the top 16. So the rewards are there in the background. A bit like dominoes, really. You knock one over and various others fall as well.
Yeah, and of course these guys are so experienced, so they're more than equipped to be able to deal with it. But all those spin-offs, I suppose in some respects it could be quite overwhelming when you're looking at the rankings and trying to figure out if you do this and if you do that, what's going to come of it. But when you strip it all back, if you take care of business, play well in these events and have a good run, those spin-offs will take care of themselves.
It could be the end of the road for this break. Very tight first frame next door. Meanwhile, there's just 1 point between Matt Selt and Liam Davis on the last red.
cleverly played from Dave Gilbert. Found a great line there, thinning off the red. Big target in behind the brown, played to perfection.
Yeah, the similar players, aren't they? Similar age, and they've both had a very good grounding in snooker, in the junior circuit, the amateur circuit, and as professionals, so they know every move. And Gilbert has made one there.
Yeah, and I think they've both got a lot of respect for one another as well. They know how good they can both play, and no doubt that break from Ricky in the first frame will have inspired Dave to try and kick on and find a similar sort of contribution. But equally, they won't want to push the boat out because they know what each other is capable of. It's quite an intriguing matchup, this.
Miss David Gilbert, 4.
Well, this red clearly goes to right corner. Get the cue ball on a colour. Trying to hold for the pink. Now is he on it? He's having a good look. The walk suggests he is on it. Pretty purposeful walk, that. I think Dave will let you know if he's not happy. He's given himself the nickname the Angry Farmer. So, I mean, it's a clue. It can be quite emotional. Been in 2 World Championship semi-finals. The first was a heartbreaker against John Higgins in a decider. 17-16, he lost. Very emotional. And then Kyra Wilson sort of pulled away from him last year in that semi-final. Won quite comfortably in the end.
8.
May have just opened up this pink a little further. It's quite happy to leave the reds well alone by the pink spot, because pink being on the black spot helps this little break. It's just a little bit congested. You can see now he's running his cue ball back up the table. He's played that well. Get his white anywhere here.
I'm sure Gilbert was expecting a tough match with Walden, but to the fact that he's made the century in frame 1, it's made him knuckle down here. As the rain batters the Mattioli Arena.
26.
Similar to the break Ricky made, I suppose, in the first frame. It's not been straightforward, this one, for Dave. He's been up and down the table. The reds by the pink have caused problems. Just wasn't able to keep his cue ball under exact control. He's had to buy himself a few shots. But all the while, his lead is increasing.
Well, the weather's taken a turn for the worse, but the snooker's been excellent here. He needs another red as well. Worth saying at this point, snooker was originally invented in the rainy season in India. So it was always earmarked as an indoor sport. He's sort of looking up at the roof, hoping it doesn't sort of blow away.
It shows how long we've been here, Dave, as well. When we arrived, it was blazing hot sun, and we've seen pretty much every season over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah. All weathers. Now then, is he actually on a red here? He needs another one. Can he just get through it? It seems he can.
He's done well here, Dave, just to keep his concentration, because it's incredibly loud, that rain on the roof. And sometimes it can just affect your strike as you come through. You can't hear the ball as well as you usually would, so it just adds a little different element to play, and as if this game wasn't hard enough. But again, this has been a great break from Dave Gilbert. Great response to the first frame from Ricky.
So the break 58, and can beat Ricky Walden's 104, albeit, of course, the black isn't in a great spot for that. But the main thing is he's responded in kind and won a frame with a big break of his own. So, Dave Gilbert battling the elements, battling a great opponent, and answering in kind with a 65 to level at 1 inch.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So 1 apiece. Ricky Walden 104, Dave Gilbert 65 the breaks so far, and of course we're guaranteed 2 more frames, and you know, raises the prospect of another draw. We've seen one in the first match, Chris Wakelin and Lu Hongyu, and they'll be desperate for this to be drawn as well, of course. Remember, if they're all drawn, the group is decided on who's made the highest break. And Gilbert's got form, hasn't he, for for making it in the last frame. He did that last year.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. That was an incredible group, wasn't it? We've never seen the likes. The long red attempt from Ricky, not all that close in fairness. And what it has done is presented a chance hand on table for Dave, and he knocked in a great long red in the previous frame. And he got close to that one. A little touch of right hand side to get that cue ball away from danger. Just added an element of difficulty to it. So good chance for Ricky to get that red away from the black now. He's nice and high on the one, just above it. Just screw into it, hold the cue ball, open the black up completely.
So straight away, opening more reds up.
15.
He's one of only a handful of players, and it's about 7 who've made a 16 red clearance in snooker, obviously starting with a free ball. Meanwhile, Liam Davis has the pink
16.
for 1-0. It's been a long frame in Matt. The black glued to the top cushion, Davis just needing the pink, Selt needing them both. Obviously that was not an easy pot, but it was for the frame. "35 minutes this frame has been going."
23.
Selt trying to stay on the black. Is the pink gone in? No, but he might do now. Liam Davis, coached by Lee Walker, who's no stranger to the odd war of attrition.
24.
Good frame to win for the young man, just 19.
Liam Davis.
On his 2nd year of his card. Yeah, I was saying Ricky, he made a 16 red break, so that's with the free ball at the start in the UK Championship a few years ago.
It's amazing how uncommon that is. You know, even in practice, you play thousands and thousands of frames throughout the years, and I can't ever remember having a chance at a 16 red clearance. It's
32.
pretty unusual circumstances, isn't it, for one to come about?
Well, that's the thing. Obviously, you, as you say, you need that free ball. I mean, Jamie Burnett made a 148, of course, the highest ever break in professional snooker. But yeah, there's actually been 7 in the history of the game in a professional tournament. Marco Fu made one in the world qualifying.
39.
Maybe the most remarkable, apart from Jamie Burnett's, was Ryan Day. He made one in the Tour Championship, and in the same match he made a maximum. Anyway, this isn't going to be one, but Ricky Walden is hoping it's a winning break.
Yeah, and it's becoming difficult to see why it wouldn't be. He's worked these reds really nicely, Ricky. He's got himself in pretty much prime position to win this frame at this visit. It's been a great start to this game. Both players going blow for blow against one another.
44.
Well, it seems the rain shower is moving off, mercifully. Or maybe not. He seems to be coming back. Why did I say anything?
Nice one, Dave. So there may be a red at the top of that little cluster of 5. That may pop to this right corner. If it does, he's absolutely perfect. He's primed. This then, in turn, will release one to the left corner.
55.
Just 1 or 2 key positional shots away. Now it's become a little congested. It just requires that little bit more accuracy with his cue ball. Because he's got this red on the top cushion that is sort of the last resort to play on. But it looks to be a new cloth. Presumably it was recovered
63.
yesterday, the table. I think they have been recovering the tables on a Sunday. So this shot doesn't seem that scary. No problems at all.
64.
And absolutely A1 on the black. The black puts him over the winning line, but he'll want an extra red. He's got a perfect little gap between the pink and red to get into them. Well, clearly the red at the top does pop.
71.
Yeah, he could yet improve on his 104 in the opening frame. We've now had 93 centuries in this tournament.
72.
Which has been played in all weathers. I mean, it started the first day of Wimbledon, didn't it? We've seen off the Open Golf Championship as well along the way. Various test matches. Remember, it all ends on Wednesday night.
77.
Another delightful break, this, from Ricky Walden.
Yeah, absolutely, just pure class. It really is. the 2 breaks he's made in this match, right out of the top draw.
Misses that out of nowhere. He may regret that in terms of not being able to beat his previous high break, but overall he's playing superbly and he leads 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, it's been high quality stuff, and as good as Ricky Walden's played, of course, he's not won yet. He needs another frame. Dave Gilbert holding out hope for a draw. It would be the second in the group after Chris Wakelin and Lou Hongyu. Lou returns to play Gilbert after this match. Still 1-0 to Liam Davies against Matt Selt on table 2. There was a draw there in the first match between Stuart Bingham and Dylan Emery. Emery returns for match 3 against Selt. Just a reminder, already through to Wednesday's final 2 groups. We've got in the first group Joe O'Connor and Zhu Se, and in the second Steve Maguire and Pang Jung-Zhu. And of course tomorrow night we'll have all 8 players.
Got to be careful, Dave, if he's attempting this red. The hair's on the side of thin. That's what he has done. Had to be thin to avoid the black.
The draw is out, Stephen, for the Saudi Arabia Masters. You're playing on the opening day against the Saudi champion, I believe.
Yeah, we received it yesterday on a Sunday, bizarrely. I don't think anyone expected to receive the draw on a Sunday, but yeah, it came through, and really looking forward to getting out there. We was obviously involved in the event last year, and I was watching on with envy, unfortunately, but to be out there playing, I cannot wait to get started. It was a great event last year, and hopefully it'll be the same in Jeddah this year.
First night as well, Ken Doherty takes on Jimmy White. Amazing. They first played as pros against each other in January 1991, when a lot of the tour wouldn't even have been born. And of course, at the same venue, the Green Halls in Jeddah, I'm sure you know later today, it's the start of the World 9-Ball Pool Championship. If you're wondering where Phil Yates is, that's where he is.
Yeah, it's starting to feel real now, because all the players are starting to book and plan their trips, and because the format of the event is the same as the World Championships in the UK, the tiered system where you come in at different rounds. The lower ranked players start off in round 1, and then you play right through to see who or what top 16 player you could potentially draw, and you kind of look at your path through to it, and it all gets very exciting and very real. If I get through, I'll be playing the world champion, Zhao Xingtong.
Yeah, it's funny. You hear players say, "Oh, I don't look further than my first match." Yeah, you do. Of course you do. Why wouldn't you? You just normal curiosity, isn't it? You know, you'd like to see where you might end up, who you might be playing. Anyway, Ricky Walden, he failed to hit the red, left a chance from distance. Gilbert is in. He knows he's really got to put something together because it's been that sort of match.
9.
He's got reds at the back of the pack here, Dave Gilbert, that he can play onto. He left himself low on them. He could bring more reds into play as well. Well, has he gone far enough? Well,
14.
the body language is not good, so that suggests he's played a shocker. I mean, the area he had to play onto them reds was massive. Oh dear, look at this shot he's found. A 2-ball plan onto a red. I mean, it doesn't look too far away, actually. It's just the angle that he's coming at them from. He was right behind it, it looks close.
Well, he sort of talked himself down there. I don't think he was ever quite convinced
14.
that he was going to make it, so just had to accept the breaks over. It's such a big frame, isn't it, in the overall context of the group? Gilbert loses it, then it's bottom of the table in the early stages.
Yeah, I think he's done well there, Dave. He just had to park his frustration. Could have been quite easy for him to have got down and just played that speculative plant to the left corner. Stayed disciplined. And again, if anything, I think out of respect for Ricky,
Good length on the safety from Ricky Walden. Well, he's missed this red, and I think Ricky can pot it. He could play down, stun off the side cushion for pink or black. It's a half chance, this. Hand on table, we'd expect him to get close. And he's got very close.
1.
That was another great pot. As he pots this red down the cushion, he's got choice of pink or black to play on. Getting the black out of the way would help, because the reds at the back of the pack will then pot to the left corner. Well, he's landed low on this pink, so it's going to be into them. The 3 reds directly above the pink in a line. He catches that pretty fullish, sort of sends the cue ball through them, using the reds to open them. Might be okay. Red at the back, quite thin.
14.
But it looks as though the main cluster will be used as a stopper for the cue ball. Again, pink and black both available. And within, what, 2-3 shots there, he's got this frame absolutely at his mercy. These reds are everywhere, and there's enough in open play to win the frame at this visit.
Yeah, not least because he's already had breaks of 104 and 85, so be feeling good, I'm sure. It's 11 years since he last won a ranking title. It's 9 years since he was last in a final. So
22.
If he were to be the winner on Wednesday, and of course he's not through this group yet, but if he were to be, that would be a pretty special moment, I think. Particularly the many health issues he's had in the meantime. I know he said when he was sort of going through the worst of it, he sort of was envisaging, you know, he would drop off the tour, that'd be it. Career over. Thankfully, that's not happened.
29.
Yeah, was it the International Championship 2014 that he won?
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like, it feels like yesterday that I remember him winning that. Incredible how quick the time has gone.
Just left this a little awkward in terms of queuing. But it was middle of the pocket in the end. Yeah, I mean, his first title in Shanghai, 2008, he basically beat Hall of Famers in every round. He beat Steve Davis and Stephen Hendry, he beat Mark Selby and Neil Robertson, and in the final, Ronnie O'Sullivan, to win his first ranking title. I mean, you know, sometimes you say the draw's opened up. Well,
36.
if anything, it closed up, but he still got through.
Yeah, that draw's nearly locked
47.
up. No entry. Yeah, fantastic player. And he was just saying upstairs as well, I think he's been on a family holiday out to Japan, and clearly he's very cultured, and he loves that area of the world, and maybe that's why he's enjoyed so much success in Asia.
It's true, he's a snooker player you can talk to about other things, if you know what I mean. You know, he's got other interests. Anyway, his interest right now is in winning this frame and getting the 3 points and taking an early lead in this group.
44.
Maybe not as many interests as Dominic, but who does? He's looking sharp. I mean, you've got to be in this group, but Ricky Walden certainly making his pitch here to be the group winner.
49.
So doesn't need to worry about the reds on the left-hand side.
64.
36 to the good. Concentrate on the ones in open play.
He really is striking the ball as well as you'd want to be. I think he'll be very, very pleased with his performance in this match, just to kick off his day.
61.
Well, interestingly for Dave Gilbert, he's got to stay out there in the arena and play another game, so he'll want to try and, well, he needs a win really, doesn't he? Can't lose one game in these groups and then expect anything of it unless you
62.
get another couple of wins on the board.
So this last red is all he needs, and it's been a very impressive performance. Breaks, winning breaks in each of the 3 frames he has won, 104.85.
67.
And whenever this finishes up as, but this is the ball that should secure the points. Yeah, very good all-round display. It's really just kept Gilbert in his seat, apart from obviously frame 2, which Gilbert dominated. 2 snookers needed, so he needs the pink in really. And there it is.
$74.
$74, the winning break. So Ricky Walden, barring snookers, is going to take the 3 points. Gilbert is coming back to the table, but he feels a long way back here. 56 behind with 43 on. I suppose the thinking is the free ball off the last red, but even here, I mean, he's playing up for the black for the points, but they're going to have to be good snookers, aren't they?
Yeah, it feels like a tall order. He's not done a lot wrong in this game, Dave Gilbert. He's just been outplayed, unfortunately for him. Ricky's been superb.
It's one of those, I think, you know, if it was first to 5, I don't think he'd be playing on here, but it's the last frame, so if you don't, then it has gone. At least he's going to give it some sort of go.
$8.
It's quite a tidy table, so I suppose Dave's looking at some big targets to try and get the snookers. The fact that the 4 colours, the brown, blue, pink and black, are on the spot, you can get the red into one half of the table and the cue ball in the other at opposite ends. It does increase that target, but still it's a very tough task, this, for Dave, because it's not just laying the snookers, as you say. They've got to be, well, they've got to be very, very good ones. The players are so good at escaping.
He wouldn't be, Gilbert, that high up the list of players who would play on in this situation, but I think it's just the format, really. You know, you've got to give it a go, I suppose. Problem is, he's in one himself, so he didn't sort of nail it first chance he got, did he? And now he's sort of chasing things a bit.
Moved close to the pink has made an even bigger target, and Ricky will try and use it to his advantage here.
Yeah, and that is a concession. So Ricky Walden played very, very well, winning breaks in all 3 frames that he did win. 3-1 to him, and for now he's top of the table. Dave Gilbert stays on, and in 5 minutes' time he will play Lu Hongyu.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's there. The king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lulus, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take your foot. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pools on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Welcome back to the BetVictor Championship League. It's the penultimate day of Stage 2 here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. We're just going to have a look here at the group tables, so Table 1 and Table 2. Chris Wakelin having drawn his first match with Liu Hongyu 2-all, but that was a great performance we just witnessed from Ricky Walden, having beaten Dave Gilbert 3-1. And it's Dave Gilbert who'll be up very shortly. He'll be taking on China's Liu Hongyu. Table 2, Stuart Bingham has drawn 2-all with Welshman Dalan Emery. The second match is in progress on Table 2 at the moment. Liam Davis is in action against Matthew Selt, and it's only just gone 1-all there, so they're a long way behind the action here on Table 1. So in a few moments' time, Dave Gilbert will be in action against Liu Hongyu. He's played just one match, has a bit of a point to prove. He lost 3-1 to Dave Gilbert.
Thank you, gentlemen.
John Pellu
First frame, Liu Hongyu to break.
has just announced the commencement of this third match, the final match of the afternoon session, and with me to enjoy this, Stephen Hallworth. Can't see that these two players have played before, Stephen.
Yeah, no, I agree. I've got nothing on the head-to-head, so if that tells us anything, well, it doesn't tell us anything. It's as simple as that. So it's a new territory for both. I feel it's a must-win game for both as well. You know, having just seen how well Ricky Walden just played in that last match, he clearly is the man to beat, not just in terms of where he's in the table at the minute, but in terms of the performance. Liu Hongyu with the 1 point from his first match, and of course Dave with none. It's a must-win for both. It's not the first time that Dave's played a poor safety shot, catching the object ball way too thin.
What?
The cushions seem rather slow on this table. I think players have struggled to manoeuvre the cue ball around the table as well as they expect to, but that could change. It's very damp and humid outside. There's been a lot of rain in the air. That can cause issues with the way the table plays. Liu Hongyu here, just 21 years old, ranked 56 in the world. Had that 2-all draw in his first match, so he's got something to work with. Dave Gilbert under a little bit more pressure, you feel, but probably favourite to win this match, Dave Gilbert, but these short sprints, anything can happen.
Yeah, I believe the tables get recovered every Sunday, so this will be a new cloth for all the players involved today. That can have an effect on how it plays. Quite often, when you get your table recovered, the cushions play softer. Of course, that's for, you know, these guys are the best players in the world. They have to adapt quickly, and they know that. I suppose the thing is as well, this Championship League, there's so many matches in one day that your first match can be played and it can feel completely different, the table, come the end of the day.
Does that cue ball run through enough for the red to the left corner, I wonder?
9.
I think he can get through to the red, but he wanted to be much straighter on it. He would have liked to have just easily have played for the black into the right corner pocket. Maynard can do that now. To go across the face of the black, and to be fair, he's found the gap well, but once again we see that cue ball just pull up, shy of pace. Now this will be a big shot. He's got to dig into that cue ball if he's going to get any work on it to move any reds. That makes the black so much more missable. Didn't really play it with too much conviction. And as a result, he hasn't really disturbed anything.
Liu Hongwu, 17.
Very attacking safety shot played by Dave Gilbert there. He's opened the reds beautifully, but the cue ball only just struggled into bulk. It's not the best cue ball by any means, but I don't know whether Liu Hongyu would want to take a pot on here. There are a couple of reds that will pots, but neither of them are shots to nothing. Be fully committed to one of them if he did want to take one on. That's a poor one, catching the blue. Maybe expected the cue ball just to skid a little more off the cushion rail, but it didn't. Came off fairly squarely and straight into the blue. Now, black may not be available, but the pink is to the left centre, so Dave Gilbert may be able to hold for it.
Dave will use this match as a chance to use a bit of his ring craft. He'll certainly fancy the job head-to-head in the safety department against Liu Hongyu. He's got much more experience and he knows his way around a snooker table a lot more. But he's missed that one, and that was a chance. And he's livid with himself.
I think he was being overly harsh with himself there, because the blue was in his way, had to significantly alter the position of his bridge hand. Just made things awkward, but couldn't have left a worse red on, really, could he, for Liu?
Oh, that cue ball was in the one place that Dave didn't want it to be. He was able to remove that red left of the black, which now in turn opens the black. And he'll look to remove the red just right of the black spot very shortly. He wants to be on that as soon as possible to open it up completely, and I don't think he's played a very good shot here.
8.
What sort of angle has he got on this red?
Nine.
I suppose ideally be potting this red
15
and coming across the face of the red and the black to play the black into the same pocket. It's just a positional risk that he may have to take here.
$16. Liu Hongwu, 16.
Liu Hongyu's first match against Chris Wakelin was a very scrappy affair, but he managed to eke out a 2-all draw in the end. Dave Gilbert's match was a complete contrast when he took on Ricky Walden a few moments ago. There were very few safety shots played. It was a very open, a very attacking match, and didn't last too long at all. So Dave Gilbert will probably look to play a very open match here and attack Liu Hongyu. Signs are that he'll score more heavily if he gets the opportunity.
Even that little contribution that Liu Hongyu just put together there just showed a little lack of experience in terms of his break building when he got in. Wasn't quick enough to identify the problem balls and ultimately walked himself into trouble, which in turn meant playing the red across the face of the red and black, as you say, underhit it and then missed the next black. Wow.
What?
That is a great pot considering the cue ball going into danger, and look at the result. Now there could be quite a stalemate at some point in this frame now. That black hanging over the corner pocket, covered by the red. Well, there was no fear in that shot, was there? Potting the red like that.
And as you say, Stephen, this is the thing with Liu Hongyu. He's only 21 years old. He's still learning the game probably, but a more tactically aware player would know what shot. More tactically aware player would know immediately what shot to play there, whereas Liu Hongyu seemed to deliberate for quite a while before playing the shot that most players would by putting a colour safe.
Yeah, Dave's played a good return there. That safety shot came with an element of fear, I suppose. The red that he played could have quite easily caught the wrong part of the red or even the black over that corner pocket. But having executed it nicely, it's gone back to a more conventional frame. Whoever pots the next red is going to get a good chance.
Dave Gilbert knew there that by playing the cue ball towards the green, the pink would be blocking off this left-hand side of the table.
He'll probably look to do the same thing here. Try and cut off multiple options. Not quite able to do so that time. Now that shot becomes available for Liu Hongyu, but all the while these reds are gathering close to this black over this right corner pocket. Got to be careful not to knock something onto something and pop that black.
Not sure if that black is too close to the pocket for something to go in off it. Oh, this looks pretty good to me. Oh, he's played a really good shot here, Dave Gilbert. Wow, what a cue ball that is. Almost a snooker.
Yeah, and the only red he can see, you can only see a part of it that doesn't look too inviting to me. He's trying to get back to balk from here. Could well easily pop this black. Well, he's been absolutely blessed not to knock that black in, and I'd like to see Dave's face because I'm sure he's having a little giggle about that. Well, the raise of the eyebrows is a sarcastic one. He can't believe that black hasn't gone in. same thing applies here. If Lu Hongyu plays back to balk, that red's going into the reds, unless he catches it ultra thin. Well, he deserved to pot that black, in my opinion, because he's allowed for that to happen. If he catches the thin edge, it sends over to the right cushion. The cue ball was going to go close in behind the blue. It just looked like a disaster waiting to happen. But what's the damage?
Yeah, well, that's it. You can see the pink is blocking the red that's right over the pocket, and it's difficult to see how Dave can knock a red onto it, because there are two reds together near the right side cushion, just above those reds, near his Q-tip there. I don't think he can see enough of the red below those two reds to make a plant. I don't think he can. It's always a risk though, isn't it, putting your opponent back in a situation like this, just in case they can make a plant or even fluke a ball, because, you know, that first red there that's nearest the pocket is very close to it. Could easily go in somehow.
Of course, he's got the chance to play a good safety, Dave, but that comes with risks. May leave a chance for Lu Hongyu to plant that red, so he's opted to make him play from where the cue ball has come to rest. And now he'll be looking at these two reds that look close to a plant. But I'm not sure it's on from where the cue ball is.
I think with so many reds above the two reds near the pocket, I'd be quite happy to play the loose red near the right side cushion there and come twice across the table, try and leave the cue ball somewhere next to the yellow. For me, that would be pretty safe.
Yeah, that's my shot all day long also. What's he found here then? Yeah, nothing. It just didn't look possible. And I think this is where Dave will see this game as a chance to get a win on the board, use his experience. He knows that his inexperience of his opponent is going to come into play at times, and he's just shown us a couple of shots there.
What?
Well, that previous shot from Lu Hongyu has thrown an entirely different light now on the outcome potentially of this first frame. Dave Gilbert now right in amongst the balls. Black back on its spot. Three reds near this right corner, shouldn't be a difficulty at all. Dave Gilbert won Group 12 with 3 wins out of 3. Very experienced player, 44 years old now, Dave Gilbert. Still ranked 23 in the world, made 424 career centuries, 3 of them maximums.
Yeah, and he's got, what, 40 points here without really breaking a sweat. And that 40 points will put him in the lead, and with it, control of the table. And it was a necessary gift that Lu Hongyu has presented to Dave Gilbert here. I think if he was to sit down and watch this frame back, the shots would stick out like a sore thumb to him.
17.
But when you're out there in the arena, sometimes it's difficult to see those moments. It's not the best shot that Dave's ever played. This red is potable, but he's just asked a question of himself, a question that didn't really need to be asked.
Seemed to take a risk there, Stephen, didn't he, in trying to bring one of the awkward reds into play.
Davis struck that very, very well. That was missable. It was slightly awkward cueing with the bridge hand. Sort of half on the cushion, half on the table. Played it to perfection. Meanwhile, over on table 2, Matthew Selton and Liam Davis are engrossed in an absolute marathon of a game.
32.
This is still the second match over on table 2, and it's Liam Davis with the advantage
33.
currently. Very tactical affair over on table 2. Matthew Selton, a very clever player in the safety department, and Liam Davis currently standing up to it very nicely.
40.
Don't forget, the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel is where you can follow table 2 and all the matches as they progress
41.
throughout the day. We'll try and keep you up to date with the scores as they come in.
Just saw a glimpse there of the outcome of that positional shot from Liam Davis. It's worked out very nicely. Only a ball away now from taking a 2-1 lead. Meanwhile here, Dave Gilbert has amassed a sizable break and is 20 points to the good. Still a few more balls required to take this opening frame, barring snookers. Oh, that's a superb pop with the rest. And he's got a nice angle here on the blue as well.
48.
Yeah, that was another fantastic shot from Dave Gilbert. But these shouldn't have been his points, really. He made a clever decision to put his opponent back in. Took a bit of a gamble on the off chance that he would play something rash, and he did. And he's taken them nicely. This red then, and one more colour. Yeah, that time it wasn't struck as cleanly with the rest. So,
Gilbert, 53.
frame still very much live.
Yeah, just look where this red has finished as well. Right behind the black, an easy stun shot to lay the snooker. And can he bring the brown into play? Oh, this is a poor shot. He hasn't controlled that at all well. If he's got the snooker, he's been very lucky. When he hasn't, he still caused Dave Gilbert a bit of a problem.
Yeah, you have to leave the cue ball left side of the black there on the cushion, because the red is going down the right side. Keep the balls in opposite halves of the table. And there was a chance that way that he could have developed that safe brown. Now this time, I don't think Dave has got away with that one. This red does thin cut into this middle pocket. And where's the cue ball going? Back round 2 cushions, maybe out for the blue.
1.
Well, he'll be pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, I was thinking he may have played that previous shot with just a little more right-hand side. He could have cannoned the brown off the cushion and into play there, but as you say, he's finished very nicely anyway.
Well, if he can get nicely on this green, it's a massive target to bring that brown out. As he finished a little too straight for that.
Johanno, 8.
Well, 18 points Dave Gilbert leaves, which means he will also need that safe brown now.
you're playing somebody like Dave Gilbert with his abilities and tactical skills, you need to come up with better safeties than that one. Chance here for Dave Gilbert to play the cue ball in behind the black. But look where the green is, you see, he's giving himself all sorts of chances to get a snooker. Hasn't quite managed it, but still a decent shot nevertheless.
Pleased with the outcome of that shot. Looks a pretty full ball snooker to me. So he's got to get this green safe. Yeah, are we happy enough with that? Dave take the risk here, try and get that cue ball in behind the brown. Green's going close to the left corner. Went the other way, side to side, and it's a good line. Little bit pacey.
Very unlucky there, wasn't he, Dave Gilbert? But this is a little awkward now for Liu Hongyu, because from this position it's very difficult to get both balls safe. Get the green safe, but not necessarily the cue ball, and vice versa as well. You have to be a little careful here and prioritise what's the most important ball, and of course if the object ball's safe, as it is here, then the shot's safe.
Now maybe Dave does have that chance to get in behind the brown here. Green to the top cushion. We didn't quite hit it as well as he would have liked. But once again, that green being safe was key. Oh, and look where it's landed. Just the edge poking out for Liu Hongyu. What use is it to him?
Just about stopped in time. That's certainly a snooker, but not particularly difficult to escape from, but it's the age-old problem, isn't it, of trying to get it safe. And that's certainly no guarantee here. Cue ball could have finished worse from Liu Hongyu's point of view, but the green is very potable. But you can't really play for the brown from it. No, tried to go twice across the table. certainly could have finished worse.
Yeah, it could. Once again, the problem here is tough to get both balls safe, and he needs to navigate that green around the pink and black somehow, or try and contain the situation. Just didn't look like he was able to get that green past that pink. Again, it's another quite cheap gift given to David Gilbert. Of course, he still needs the brown. Wow,
Foul.
That's unbelievable.
6.
I mean, how has he potted the pink there?
Well, there are a couple of shots here. First of all, his choice of shots surprised me.
Foul.
He could have played the green towards the brown, got the snooker in behind the blue, or he could have potted the green and left the cue ball in a great position to play a killer safety.
Yeah, I thought the shot that he might have played was pop the green in the middle pocket, leave the cue ball up in the yellow corner of the table, and then it looked an absolute routine safety to get that cue ball back down here and the brown on the baulk cushion. But anyway, Dave saw otherwise, and it's made no difference in the end because he's timed that one to perfection. That is a very, very good strike. Not easy to get the purchase on the cue ball when you're trying to be delicate, getting the white in behind a colour. Played it nicely.
Oh, I see, I don't agree with playing the swerve here either. For me, that was a wrong shot. For me, he had to come off the side cushion there, cannon the green full ball. He may even have snookered Dave Gilbert back, but
Sorry, and a miss.
Swerving around the brown there to cannon into the green. The green was very likely to have gone straight into the black and finished nowhere, or even, you know, gifted the frame to Dave Gilbert. But well, he's got all sorts of chances now because he's 19 ahead. He's having the balls replaced now. This will take a while. John Pellew, our referee, has to be fairly precise here.
Foul. A bit more that way. Yeah, a bit more. We'll put the white and then we could judge it as well. Yeah. Will you check out for me, please? Yes. David, thank you.
Meanwhile, as we watch this little exchange unfold, table 2, it's 2-1 to Liam Davis, and they're having a re-rack, so they are well behind schedule over there.
They certainly are. Liam won that previous frame with a break of 82. He's queuing well.
1 hour and 28 minutes that match has been going on for, and they're only just about to start the 4th frame again.
Yeah, it's lengthy, I suppose, but I mean, how many times do we see a frame, just one frame that lasts over an hour, so could be worse. Oh, this looks good from Dave Gilbert. Again, very swervable, but this time Dave Gilbert, being 19 points to the good, would be virtually safe with just the green. His opponent would only be able to draw.
is there enough room past the brown? Looks incredibly tight. Oh, plenty of room. But look at how he's played it. Big misjudgment.
Yeah, Dave could swing the cue ball round off 3 cushions in behind the brown here. Oh dear. Way, way, way too thin. Played it with a lot of side spin on the cue ball, right hand side, which acts a little bit like a swerve, so it has to be judged correctly, but that was a complete misjudgment. Lucky though that the green has wriggled safe.
And he's played that nicely. Again, in what he lost with control of the green, he gained in control of the white. Well, didn't know where to look at one point there. There was balls flying all over the place. The green's gone close twice, and in fact it was the white went even closer. And he's gone in off. Good contact to the green. Nearly pots it there, nearly pots it again. You're looking at the green. You forget to look where the white's gone and it's disappeared.
Well, is he looking to just come off the baulk cushion and go in behind the brown or develop the brown? Because I don't know about you, Stephen, but I would have lined that green up dead straight to play direct screw back behind the brown. I thought that would have been a much easier shot to judge.
Yeah, all day long. Because then it feels like you've got 2 chances. You can hit it direct, or you've still got the cushion first in behind. That was a trickier shot than it looked. I wonder if he even saw the other option. Either way, he's still in this frame, and it's become a big frame all of a sudden.
You have view 3.
Right idea, I feel, to try and get the cue ball in behind the black. He played the most basic shot there that gave him the best chance of getting the snooker, but now that he hasn't got it, Dave can play the brown around the angles here in behind the black spot. Chosen a different shot though. And the cue ball's cannon the blue safe. Now that's a good result from Dave Gilbert's point of view, I think. Let's just do the sums. Oh no, he's only 12 points ahead, so he'll need the blue. There's still life in this frame yet. Wow, that was a beautifully struck round from Dave Gilbert. The previous safety shot from Liu Hongyu has brought the blue into play, as you can see. And in goes the blue. Quite a lengthy frame in the end, but Dave Gilbert looks like winning it now. And in goes the pink. For good measure, Dave Gilbert has left the auditorium, but he knows he's already won frame 1, so lengthy frame in the end, but it goes the way of Dave Gilbert, who leads by 1 frame to 0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, welcome back to the Mattioli Arena. Now the players have just left the auditorium on our main table, table 1, so we're just going to have a look at the match in progress over on table 2. Welshman Liam Davis already 2-1 ahead, so guaranteed a draw. Very capable player, Liam Davis. Is embarking on his, what he hopes will be a long and fruitful professional career. Welsh compatriot Dylan Emery also in action over on table 2. He drew his first match with former world champion Stuart Bingham, 2 frames all, just an hour or 2 ago. It's been a long match, this one. Matt Selt, a dogged competitor. But he's in first here in frame 4. Black tied up though, and if he pots the pink, where will that go?
Of course, it's a big frame this for Liam Davis. The fact that the first match did finish a draw just opened the door for him to potentially get the win and the points and head to the top of the table. But Matthew Selt, very experienced campaigner, a bit of a stalwart of the Championship League. Every time I think of the Championship League now, I think of Matthew Selt. Seems to always be here, not only at the ranking event, but the invitational version as well. Tight frame, close match.
And of course, with the evening session due to commence at 5 PM, there's still another match we played after that one on table 2, so the evening session could begin a little late over on the other table there. But we're back now on our main table, table 1. Dave Gilbert breaks off, not particularly well, it has to be said. He's left this red on for the young Chinese. Nice cueist, Liu Hongyu. Very different cue actions. They're both fluent in their own way. Dave Gilbert has a cue action that reminds me of the great Doug Mountjoy. Remember him? Very, very fluent cueist. But Liu Hongyu, unless he's playing a power shot, doesn't normally bring the cue back that far. In stark contrast to Dave Gilbert. That pack opener has worked out okay. The red on the black spot would be my choice here, just to enable the black to be respotted.
It's amazing how many poor break-offs we've seen here at the Championship League. So many times that one red has gone back down the table. Okay, on that occasion, Dave's cue ball was nowhere to be seen either. Left a basic starter. Took the chance there to go into them. It was quite thin on that blue, but it was a natural into the pack of reds. Didn't really get into them with all that much authority. And in turn has left himself no shot.
Blue Hongu 12.
Good cue ball, but because that red has been cannoned towards the left corner, Dave Gilbert may attempt it, as there's no obvious path back to bulk otherwise. And if there's any chance that Dave could play for the black from this, it wouldn't be ideal, because if he were to pot the black, I think it would go on its own spot just about, and therefore would be immediately tied up. Well, I think he had to take that on. He was forced to. Just think Liu Hongyu, with his previous safety, was lucky that Dave didn't knock that in. But he comes to the table now with a great chance of his own.
Yeah, quite surprised he missed it. Sometimes when you stood behind the shot and it's all you've got, the only shot you've got available to you, you quite often see the player knock it in. Although, he might like that one back. That was a poor shot. He's left himself terribly on this pink to the middle pocket.
Stephen suggested he left himself poorly on the pink, could only leave himself what is now a very missable red to the left corner. And he has missed it.
Liu Hongyu 7.
Playing these safety shots here on our main table, we're just going to have a look at what's going on table 2. Matt Selt was right in there.
28.
Now, watch his previous red. It was a poor positional shot to the pink. It was far from ideal, and he's missed it. He's given young Liam Davis a great chance here. Could possibly bring the black into play.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd love to. It's the shot that sticks out, but it comes with its own risks. There is a chance it could go wrong, and the red's being by the black might prevent him from landing on the pink. It's all got very tense over on table 2. And all of a sudden, this match has lost a bit of rhythm. A little bit stop-start. The first frame, it looked like it might have been a quick kill for David Gilbert, but missed that final red with the rest into the left corner, and it seemed to prolong the frame for quite some time. Again, a similar shot to the one he just missed a few moments ago. Very, very thick.
decent effort from Dave Gilbert, but there are a couple of potable reds on. The one that's nearest the green pocket is potable, as is the one next to the green. Nicely played. This is a good chance now for Liu Hongyu. He's already 20 points ahead. Black a little tied up, but the reds are in pretty decent positions. Pink is available, blue is available. It's all about controlling the cue ball well and not playing anything too extravagant from a positional point of view. He's played a cannon there and trusted to luck, and it hasn't worked out. He didn't have to play that. Could have played the brown to hold for the red near the green.
6. Seven. 12. 13.
Well, it's a good job he's got that red up by the green now, because that might be his saviour here. Didn't intend to cannon the pink. It's a good chance, this. Really wants to kill off the frame at this visit.
19.
No reason why he shouldn't. The pink is the ideal ball to have available.
20.
As Dominic just mentioned a moment ago, no reason to play any wild positional shots. Just keep it simple. They're all there.
$25. 26.
The red to the left of the black spot is a bit of a problem for Liu Hongyu. If he could get that one out the way, there would be a couple of possible reds available into the left corner, but they're blocked by that red that I mentioned. So he's had to play a cannon there, and it nearly went wrong. It's certainly not ideal, though. He's got some work to do with the cue ball here to get 32. Ideally on his next colour. And if he lands low on the pink, that could be a problem. So he needs to be very precise here.
Yeah, at very worst, you've got to get up for the pink. Straight at worst. If anything overhit it, you'll always have the blue. Made much more difficult using the spider, queuing down on the ball. Just sort of killed the pace off the cushion.
$39. 40.
Just needs this blue and one more red to level this matchup at 1-1, barring snookers.
$45.
50.
46.
Quite rightly, just making sure of the pink, not attempting to get good close position on his next red, because he's 71 points ahead now, just 59 points remaining.
$53. $59. $60.
Tried to bring the reds into play in the hope that he'd finish on the black to give himself a chance of a century, but unlikely now unless he pulls off a great pot on the yellow. Oh, and he has. What a pot that is. Is he on a red? Maybe. I think he is.
62.
Bit of flair there from Liu Hongyu.
63.
Still a chance of a century. Oh, what a shame. The pink doesn't find its target, but nevertheless that excellent break from Liu Hongyu has enabled him to level this match up. It's 1 frame all.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back. China's Liu Hongyu has just levelled this match up at 1 frame all, and it's he who will break off in frame number 3. Two more frames to be played. Liu Hongyu drew his first match of the day. 2 frames all with Chris Wakelin. Dave Gilbert lost 3-1 in his first match to Ricky Walden. So he in particular could do with the good results here. And he has the chance to knock this red into the left corner.
All of a sudden this game has become a massive game and one of big interest to Ricky Walden. If this can finish a draw and then Ricky wins his next game against Chris Wakelin, he will have won the group with a game to spare.
What?
Similar to the group we saw the other day with Zhu Si. The last match it came against Jack Lazowski. It meant nothing. He'd already won the group. Big because of results going his way and the fact that he'd won his 2 openers, so the same thing could be at play here today.
8. 9.
He just seems to have quickened up his rhythm a little bit, Liu Hongyu, this last 10-15 minutes or so, in a bid to try and increase his scoring potency and try and get things working his side of the scoreboard.
Good chance to use the pack there to bring more reds into play. Back for the black, although the red on the top cushion is hindering him to some degree here. Yeah, wasn't able to avoid it, but he's just managed to drift underside of that red. Had he caught it, he would have been on nothing. Holds his hand up because he didn't play it that way, but it's worked out fine. Now there's only really 2 reds in open play after this one. So he's just running out of options, and
25.
that is not a good positional shot. He's been very fortunate to be on that blue to the green pocket.
Just over-screwed that a few inches. I don't expect to see him miss the pot on the red, and he can take the cue ball in and out of bulk here. Needs this to bounce a little.
31.
That's pretty good. Could have done with the cue ball travelling another 12 inches or more. Could still cut the blue in and go into the pack of reds, but he's decided to play the green instead. Can go into the side of the pack of reds from here. Played it well, but needed more pace.
34.
Yeah, it never looked like he was going to get that cue ball working through the reds as we quickly dive in over on table 2. Matthew Selt was in a tough snooker just as we joined. Hit the red. Got a little bit of distance, but he has left this red on for Liam Davis. 12 points in front. Not to be, so that final frame, look at the table, nothing safe. It feels like a red ball frame.
Just need to guide that red towards the pocket, Leo. He didn't play it with enough authority for me. Sort of 42. Almost decelerated. Tried to put the red there rather than actually strike the ball through cleanly and play a positive shot.
43.
We'll keep you informed as to what happens. Liu Hongyu motoring along very nicely here in this 3rd frame of 4. Don't see many 3-0s, do we, Stephen, when you think about it?
Not when we're in commentary, we don't. Seems to be a 3-0 all day long when we're not here.
50.
Well, Matthew Selt knocked that red in, so if he lands on a colour, he's got a great chance, and well, he's just about landed on the black as Liu Hongyu from absolutely
50.
nowhere. How has he missed that?
As Dave Gilbert comes to the table on our main table here, we're just going to have a look at Matt Sells. He's potted the red, left himself with a chance at the black. He's jabbed it in, that's all he could do, and he's played a beautiful positional shot to the yellow.
Oh, that's a great shot, isn't it? A lot tougher than it looked. And what a chance he's got now.
Absolutely, Stephen. He could hardly have placed that cue ball any better with his hand. 4 points behind, but he's a big favourite now.
8. 10.
I mean, it's amazing how quickly these groups can turn around. All of a sudden, Dave Gilbert is on the cusp of, well, only being able to get a draw from this game, Liu Hongyu in nicely, plumbing amongst them. And all of a sudden he's at the table with the chance himself. Incredible how quickly these can turn. If he gets something from this game, he needs the win, David Gilbert.
16.
It could be very different come the end of play today.
Strikes the ball very cleanly, Dave Gilbert. Such a fluent cueist.
17.
424 career centuries. Just got too much action into the cue ball there. Is he still on the red to the right of the black? I don't think so.
22.
Meanwhile, Matthew Selt has got this blue and one good positional shot. Only needs the pink, and he's played
22.
it to perfection. This will feel like the one that got away for Liam Davis. This pink then, to get the draw as we just creep up to the 2-hour mark. Matthew Selt manages to steal a point. So both matches on table 2 have ended in a draw so far today. That group is looking very tight indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. And Matt Selt will remain table side as he'll be taking on another Welshman, Dylan Emery, very shortly. In about 5 minutes, we'll keep you informed as to how that match progresses. They're a long way behind the action here on our main table. This frame very much in the balance now.
He wasn't happy from the moment he struck that blue, was he, David Gilbert? That shot went all wrong. He's attempting this red. Oh, and he got very close to it. He was struggling to find a safety shot there with that red being in baulk and not being able to see it. He fancied potting his way out of trouble, but he hasn't. I mean, that is such a slack shot for me. He's got Dave where he wants him currently, sat in his seat, and he comes to the table with a great chance. Played that left-handed, that red, and well, he may still knock this yellow in. Yeah, crisis averted there. He should have been much nicer on his colour.
Yeah, fortunately, from Liu Hongyu's point of view, that red closest to the black is the only red he'd need in addition to this red that he's about to take on. With a high value colour, you won't need to worry about the 2 reds together if you can just pop these next 2 reds with high value colours. He's played that nicely for the blue. I'm sure he'll have a look at the scoreboard. He should be aware of the situation. Pots the blue, he'll be 37 points ahead. So we just need that loose red there next to the black. That shouldn't be a difficulty. Played the cannon. Could have avoided it, but well, problem still remains. He needs a red and a high value colour. Did he need to play this cannon? Does the black pass the red to the right corner?
10.
Well, in any case, he's on the pink. Just about put him safe. Well, that red has gone in. That puts paid to any hope that Dave Gilbert may have had in getting back into this third frame. So Liu Hongyu guaranteed yet again another draw. You'll need more than that, you feel. Chris Wakelin, the top seed in this group.
23. Liu Hongyu, 23.
Ah, Dave Gilbert coming back to the table. That's a surprise. But he's had enough now. Rather aggressively concedes the frame, puts the cue ball in behind the yellow, and he's had enough of frame 3. So it's Liu Hongyu, the Chinese, who takes the lead and is guaranteed a point at least as he leads Dave Gilbert by 2 frames to 1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back. Liu Hongyu has taken a 2-1 lead over a rather forlorn-looking Dave Gilbert, who prepares to break off for this 4th frame of 4. And he salvaged something from this match. Needed a win ideally, but the best he can do now is a draw. Again, not the best break-off. A pot has been left. Completely misstruck that one, and he's been very lucky. Hang on, Dave, the red hasn't stopped. That would have been a foul had that red still been in motion.
You can see there the immediate annoyance of Dave Gilbert.
I'll have a good look from outside, Tom.
Can't believe he's butchered the long red by such a distance, and he's left him absolutely nothing. He's right in amongst the reds there. He's played a good shot considering sometimes it's easy to play a loose shot when you come to the table and you're a little bit annoyed about what's just gone. Played it well. Now this time he does leave a red. And it's quite awkward queuing over the top of the pack, but it is a chance.
We're just going to have a look over in on table 2. Matt Sells in action again against the other Welshman in action over on table 2, Dallan Emery. excellent draw in his first match against Stuart Bingham. Very good match it was as well, very entertaining match, quite a high quality match. Axel first in though, in their third and final match of the afternoon session.
8.
Long way, of course, to go, and we'll keep you informed as we always do, but it is available for you on a Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel if you do want to have a glance across there at action on table 2. Now that black has been respotted just behind its own spot. The red is slightly occupying it, but I just wonder if the black is available into the left corner. I'm wondering about the red closest to the black, whether that will also pot. All sorts of things could happen here. This is not an easy red that Dave Gilbert has chosen to play. And it hasn't worked out.
9.
Again, just needs to try and keep his discipline here, Dave Gilbert, as hard as it is to do at times. Got to try and erase that negative thoughts in your head, get that shot that he's just played out as quickly as possible. Don't let it affect his next one. Although it's not straightforward to play safe off the black. Oh, and he's massively decelerated. Massively.
9.
Didn't get anywhere near the correct spin on the cue ball to avoid that red. Was trying to be careful to not get into it too much and catch the blue on the way back to balk as well, so there was obstacles in the way, but he'll be mightily disappointed with the outcome, although he could have left something a lot easier than this. But that's a brilliant pot. It really is, and he's going to have a shot at this yellow to the middle pocket.
Tricky to get onto a red, really. There's nothing really available, I don't think, into this right corner, unless there's a red in the middle of that little group below the pink there that will pot. Oh, he's missed the yellow by a long way. Look where it's finished. Oh, this is a rather scrappy beginning to this fourth frame, but it's an important one.
Well, I think Dave Gilbert is about ready to explode out there in the arena. He really is. This will certainly feel like a game that is getting away from him. Probably feels like it already has gotten away from him. Even there, he's sat in his seat, Dave, looking at that. Another day, that maybe holds the lip, that red. It just about wriggled in. Cue ball travelling wild round the table. Lands absolutely perfect on the brown. 2 reds to play for left of the pink. And that's not a good shot. He had to overrun that because he had the red next to the pink available also. Would have guaranteed him an angle on the far left red. And if it had overrun it massively, he had the 2 reds left of the black spot.
He struck that beautifully with the rest. I wonder if the pink is available into the right corner, because that could be a consideration here. It may be in play very shortly. If he runs through for the red to the left of the pink, he could bring the pink into play here and screwing back off it for a choice of, well, he could be on blue, pink or black here. Depends how he plays it.
Didn't try and do too much with that shot, just played the little controlled cannon to the pink. He's got quite an angle on it. Well, there must be a plan, because otherwise he's on absolutely nothing.
18.
A little bit of distance between them though. Left-handed also. Just about wriggled in.
Now, I wonder if the pink spot may be available. It would be a bit of a help because you have to be careful. Pink has to go back on the black spot here. Pink spot may be available, it is. So getting on these two reds wasn't a problem. Now needs a good positional shot here, but he's looking good in this fourth frame with the lead that he has. Still nicely in position. Important frame this for Liu Hongyu. Dave Gilbert's chances of winning this group are pretty much all but over if he doesn't win this frame.
And he's played a good positional shot there, took the more difficult red, purely because it meant he could get more angle off it to get up for the blue, and he's landed top side, perfect. Once again, a nice angle on this red 31. To get back up for the blue. Oh, it's not the best shot he's ever played. Not a very clean strike that time.
No prizes for finishing low there, because if you overhit it, you're going to be nice on the brown, the green, the black, or the blue. But finishing short, you just couldn't do it. You can see the pink isn't an option, that won't pot. Is he straight enough on the blue to roll through for the red near bulk? I don't think so. All of a sudden he's right out of position here.
Yeah, it was a crime to not get up on the blue, because as you say, there's 3 other balls there that would have left him perfect. And that's a great, it's a good job he's a good potter. He keeps potting his way out of trouble here. He keeps knocking them in.
36.
Very, very good potter. But not that time. And that ultimately
36.
Is Liu Hongyu paying the price for a couple of bad positional shots and a couple of bad decisions. Just not really having the presence of mind out there to notice those moments throughout the break where he can make life a lot easier for himself.
Well, that was a very well executed positional shot to the pink. He's just having a look to see if the bottom red of those 3 are available. If not, he can easily screw up for the red next to the green from this pink. I'm a little surprised he's played for this lower red of the 3, because for me there's no guarantee that he'll finish on a colour here. And being so far behind in the frame, I would have thought it'd be more important to get a few more points to get back into the frame before taking risks like this positionally. It hasn't worked out. He's on the pink just about, but not with a good angle. And those 2 reds together are still a problem.
David Gilbert, 8.
Yeah, and that little decision from Dave there. Look, you can't blame him really. He's fighting hard out there to get something going. Trying to open the frame, but possibly left himself with a little too much to do there. Clearly not feeling good.
One.
Well, he may have a little bit of angle on this pink, but the red by the green helps massively. Can drop this pink in. He'll be perfect on that red, and he's played it well.
Seven.
So he needs 2 more reds, and he's got 2 in open play.
8.
So this red is match ball.
12.
Yeah, he's just been the more solid of the two players, it has to be said. Just couldn't get things going, Dave Gilbert. He's had numerous opportunities, but just couldn't get the balls running the way he wanted to. Big win for Liu Hongyu, keeps his hopes alive in this group. Not on the red, but really doesn't matter.
14.
Snooker required. Dave Gilbert will come back. He needs the 1 snooker, but he could be in 1.
Liu Hongyu, 14. Foul. 4.
No, Dave Gilbert's had enough. Hasn't been his day today, has it? 2 defeats from 2 matches played. Liu Hongyu gets a much-needed win, and he defeats Dave Gilbert, the much more experienced player, it has to be said, by 3 frames to 1. So, here's a quick look at the Group E leaderboard here at Stage 2 of the BetVictor Championship League. The penultimate day of Stage 2 here at the BetVictor Championship League. Liu Hongyu, having played 2 matches, with a win and a draw, tops the table. Ricky Walden, though, looking very dangerous. He looks to be in sparkling form. He's just played the 1 match. He defeated Dave Gilbert by 3 frames to 1. But for now, that concludes the action for this first of the 2 sessions to be played here today. We'll be back in just a little under an hour at 5 p.m. for the conclusion of our Group E here on Table 1. So we'll look forward to your company then. But for now, it's goodbye from the BetVictor Championship League.
very sharp, very focused. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
Got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Hello once again from Leicester. We're back at the Mattioli Arena for the evening session on day 3 of 4 of the second stage of the BetVictor Championship League. By the end of play tomorrow, we'll have our 8 players for the last day for stage 3. Of course, we've already got 4 through, and a very interesting group we've been watching on table 1. At the moment, Lu Hongyu is top. Of course, he's played a match more than both Ricky Walden and Chris Wakelin. So Lu drew with Wakelin. He beat Dave Gilbert. Of course, Ricky Walden also beat Dave Gilbert, so Ricky on 3 points. But as I say, after this next match between Wakelin and Walden, everyone will have played 2. So it's a tight group. Dave Gilbert, though, clearly 2 defeats. He's not going to win it. These are the matches we'll be enjoying. We start with Wakelin Walden. Ricky Walden, Lu Hongyu could be a really big one, actually. That could essentially be the decider. Chris Wakelin, of course, will be hoping that he can still win the group when he plays Dave Gilbert last. Table 2 is a bit of a go slow. They're still playing the first session. Matt Selt 2-1 up on Dylan Emery. You can see there it all concludes with Selt playing Stuart Bingham. I've had 2 draws there, so it's a very tight group, clearly. Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, you can follow the action. But Chris Wakelin has been in that seat about 10 minutes. So he's been clearly raring to go. Ricky Walden, though, was very impressive in his match against Dave Gilbert. He had breaks of 104, 85 and 74. And Chris Wakelin's match was a little bit scrappy with Lu Hongyu. He got a draw. That's not a disaster by any means, but he needs to win this one, you feel, to stand any chance of winning the group. He is the top seed. He's the highest ranked player, the only top 16 player remaining. So it's a big match for him. The surprising thing to me, and Dominic Dale joins me, the surprising thing, Dom, they've only played twice before, you know. You think they're such sort of stalwarts of the tour, and it was both in 2014, a couple of European Tour sort of low-key matches, but here we are, meeting number 3.
Yeah, that is a surprising statistic, that. I mean, years ago since they last played, and as you say, in rather low-key events, so I think you could probably scrub those because, of course, Chris Wakelin back then was, well, by comparison to now, a nobody, and all of a sudden he's, you know, in the top 16 in the world. And Ricky Walden, multiple ranking event winner, a great player. For me, the player of the group so far, but Chris Wakelin, I think, has got a lot more to prove. Slight contrast in styles as well. Ricky, a much more attacking player generally.
Yeah, they're kind of reverse position, haven't they? I mean, back in 2014, Ricky would have been the top 16 man, and Chris sort of making his way. Ricky's not making his way, but he's in 40 in the world. Chris Wakelin, number 16. Anyway, I do feel that Wakelin has got to win this match. He's done everything right. He was here early. He was practicing assiduously, but sometimes it just doesn't quite work for you. He didn't play great in the first match. It was quite a scrappy encounter with Lu Hongyu. And already here he's left a long red for Ricky Walden to go at.
Whenever you see a player just point the cue in a direction there, it normally suggests that the cue ball has turned off its true course. I think that's exactly what happened there. Not by much, just a centimetre, but it was enough to cause the mistake.
Still looked like he might have potted it, but it just stayed out, and it's over the lip for Wakelin. Yeah, I mean, he's such an improved player, isn't he, the last few years? Of course, winning the shootout in this very venue in Leicester in 2023 gave him so much confidence. The way he won it, he made 119, the highest break of the tournament, in the final. And remember, it's only a 10-minute match, so it was a pretty stunning way to win. And he's pressed on from there. International Championship finalist last year, quarter-finalist at the World Championship. And interestingly, he's been watching a lot of the action. He's got a young daughter who's been at home a lot with her, and he's been following the event and watching how everyone else has been playing, and hoping, of course, he'll be here on Wednesday. Now, as I say, they're still playing the first session on table 2, and it's very early in frame 4 here. There's been 2 draws. Matt Selt leading 2-1 here against Dylan Emery. Hoping to get the win and go top of the table on 4 points, but it could be, well, we'll see. It might quicken up 13 in the evening, but of course they're not going to start on time, clearly.
Superb red that Matt Selt got in with, giving himself a great chance to score heavily enough here to go on and win this match from this opportunity.
6.
And here on table 1, Chris Wakelin nicely amongst the balls. Very important, these first frames in such a short sprint as these potential 4-frame matches are. Don't get that many 3-0s.
22.
So Matt Selt going nicely on table 2 in what he hopes will be beginning of a big break to secure a 3 frames to 1 victory over Welshman Dylan Emery. It's available for you on a Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, of course.
29.
Now then, this is going to open things up. This shot. Nicely done.
30.
I enjoy watching Chris. He's, I think, got great concentration, you know, and that's obviously very important in this game, but I'm probably going to jinx him here. He tends not to miss too many easy ones. You know, everyone makes mistakes, but once he's in like this, okay, you can lose position, but he tends to really focus on every shot, give every shot the same respect.
37. 38.
We were talking to him last week, actually. He was in the commentary box, but he potted a few balls at the Crucible into middle pockets. There was a yellow in particular that Steve Davis was raving about, that was so accurate, which you have to be, of course, but also under pressure to do it. Remember, he beat 43. Neil Robertson and Mark Allen at the World Championship.
44.
Spoken to a few of the players in the Players' Lounge, and Dave Gilbert in particular seems to be rather 51. Bamboozled by the way that the cue ball is reacting upon the cloth. Rather too lively, almost as though it has 52. A polish applied to the cue balls, making it slippery smooth, and I think that makes complete sense because the players have struggled by and large on both tables to break off well, and that's because when they're playing with side spin, it's causing more deflection than normal of the cue ball, and that's gone wrong for Chris. Just misjudged that cannon. Unless he pulls out a double, that looks like being end of break. Played a specific type of cannon there to guarantee position, but it went wrong. Now, if he'd have gone into the pack with more pace and just hoped for the best, the chances are the Reds, the way they're configured there, they would have split nicely for him, and he probably would have been on something, but he's going to have to try and protect that lead now.
Frustrating. You could see the frustration. His highest break in his first match was only 51. And, well, he's got a useful lead. He's pushed a red safe, but there's still plenty there.
much too thin there. He was attempting to pot the red and leave the cue ball somewhere down this black spot end of the table, but caught the jaws of the green pocket, and he's given Ricky Walden an opportunity here, a good one. But there's a plant of the two reds below the pink. That's a certainty. It must be.
What?
Well, as I mentioned, he scored very heavily earlier on, so Ricky Walden, okay, he's trailing in the frame, but can certainly get right back into it here.
Do you know, with the angle on the blue here, he could actually theoretically cannon the awkward red on the cushion into play. If he'd have cannoned it full bore, he'd still have been on nicely, this red to the right centre, which he's on now.
6.
Decelerated, didn't get the bite on the cue ball there, and that's something that the players have been guilty of as well today. Noticed this happen a few times. It's very difficult to explain, but the potting angle is fractionally different whether you're playing a shot with topspin or backspin. Too complicated to explain why, but basically if you shape up to pot a ball with backspin and you don't get that backspin on the cue ball, you'll miss it thin, as Ricky did there.
Well, it's a gift really for Chris Wakelin, who's already, of course, got a good lead here. So this red, oh, and he misses it. It was frame ball. It was frame ball. Just needed to pot it. Well, what was I saying earlier? Doesn't miss easy balls.
It's just so easy, isn't it, to take a mental breather when you feel that you're not going to miss a pot. It's not easy when you're here all day and you have to concentrate for a long period of time. But will it prove costly? Now, if Ricky could play a delicate cannon into the pink, it would release the red next to it. Well, that's worked out magnificently, because in potting this, he can play with topspin and bring the other red out. Oh, but that hasn't worked out quite so well. He's still on a colour.
Yeah, the red is a little more in play than it was.
Well, if this pink goes, that's worked out quite well, actually, because you can delicately cannon the red next to it and knock it on for the same pocket. But these are not as easy to judge as they may look. And it's not bad. In potting this red, you probably need the rest, but he can bring the awkward red into play now with the angle that he has on this. So this next shot give us a bit of an idea as to who's likely to win this frame.
Yeah, well, he's okay. He's checking the scores. He needs to pot this brown, because he's 45 behind, 43 on otherwise.
Well, I think he's a little thin on the brown to hold for the red above the blue. So could only play for it into the green pocket. Needs high value colours here, Ricky Walden. Can afford one pink. I was looking at this red down the cushion. I'll be amazed if he plays it. Just run too far, I feel, to pot the black and cannon into the red, but he can drop in right behind it.
Well, it's classic divided concentration. He took his eye off the pot, and he needs 2 snookers. He's conceded the frame, so Chris Wakelin doesn't have to play another shot. He leads 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, a lengthy session on table 2 has finally ended. Matt Selt beat Dylan Emery 3-1. So Matt Selt, a hard-fought afternoon, but there he is, top of the table on 4 points. Everyone else on 1. And he will play the last match against Stuart Bingham later. So it can all change. But at the moment, Selt, as I say, hard-fought, but he's doing the job. He's top of the table. Stuart Bingham up against Liam Davies in about 5 minutes. So they're about 20 minutes behind schedule. Not too bad. And of course, the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel will have all the action from table 2. Of course, Matt Selt here at the invitation version. A couple of years ago, equalled the record for most centuries, but of course it was broken by Jack Jones, who made 32, remember, in the new year. Interesting group that, of course, we've got 2 young Welshmen there, Liam Davies and Dylan Emery, but Emery now, having played 2, just 1 point, he's not going to be winning that group. Liam Davies still with a chance because he's got 2 more matches to play. Stuart Bingham, I guess, was the favourite coming in, but was held to a draw by Dylan Emery in that first match. So Chris Wakelin, in the end, as I say, didn't have to play another shot there, and he was the winner of the frame. Of course, he had a big lead. Ricky Walden trying to free the red of the side cushion, missed the black. He needed 2 snookers and decided to concede. 1-0 to Wakelin. If you're just joining us, Lu Hongyu is top of the table at the moment on 4 points, having played 2 matches. Ricky Walden second on 3, but this is his second match. Chris Wakelin's on 1 point, Dave Gilbert 0. The last match will be Wakelin, Gilbert later. Super pot.
Just kept running a little bit, that cue ball. And it just stopped a few inches shorter. I think Chris Wakelin would have attempted the blue to go into the pack of reds. I don't think he will now. He'll play for the loose red to the left. Oh, he's looking at the blue. Problem is, it's a little thin, this blue. It's not something you can control very well, the direction of the cue ball from such a thin pot. So as though he's playing the brown here. Oh, he's played this nicely. I'm interested in the 2 reds just above the black. I wonder if they're a plant for this right corner. I don't think either player has seen them yet. Well, he'll better hope that they are a plant, because he certainly can't go into the reds from the angle he's left himself on the black.
13. Chris Wakelin, 13.
Can Ricky see enough of that left-hand red to have a go at the plant here? Can he just get past the brown?
Foul and a miss for Chris Wakelin. Put it back, okay.
John Pellew, the referee, making the replacement. They have just started on table 2 the evening session, about 20 minutes late, Stuart Bingham and Liam Davies.
It's amazing how slowly you can play those shots and yet you can still leave a pot on. This red is definitely on into the centre, so a little bit fiddly. The cue ball's very close to the red, so it has to be jabbed in. Oh, he's just missed it.
One.
Controlled the cue ball beautifully there. Ricky Walden has a wonderful angle on the black to go into the pack of reds at pace. Just having a look to see if there are any plants that might find their way into a pocket somewhere. Played it with a lot of control. If he's not on a red here, he's been exceptionally unlucky. The pink is certainly blocking the red to the right centre.
8.
Does he have an alternative to the right corner perhaps? Oh yes.
I thought he was on it because you just look at the player's face, don't you? And there was no sort of disappointment.
9.
So that's the sign that he was okay. So Ricky Walden, he scored really well today. Can he get going here? Remember, he's already got 3 points from his first match. He stays on after this one to play Lu Hongyu. So if he beat Wakelin, he could get the group wrapped up in the next match.
16. 17.
He's made 3 centuries in this Championship League, including a 1-4-3 against our colleague Stephen Hallworth. And he made 104 earlier this morning.
24. 25.
did he get that cue ball through that gap there. Delighted that that red is over the middle pocket because he didn't play for it.
33.
I've noticed with Ricky Walden, he plays with an extraordinarily arched thumb. Painful to observe. Typical break builder's positional shot, that playing for the red that's occupying the pink spot. Beautifully controlled once again positionally. You can play a delicate cannon now into the middle red of the 3 above the black.
Well, you feel this is just a matter of concentration now.
51.
It's already 34 in front. Unlike the last frame when he was trailing and trying to free that red and just slightly took his eye off the pulse on the black.
52.
Mentioned earlier that he's out of the Wuhan and British Opens. He didn't qualify for either, so it was a disappointing start to the season in terms of results. But this Championship League, of course, is a ranking event, and if you win it, you get in the Champion of Champions. You also get £33,000 and ranking points.
Could have done with that cue ball running through a little more. He's 42 points ahead here, but look at the position of the reds. A mistake here. Very costly. He needs to keep his focus and concentration for another couple more minutes. This blue, red and pretty much any colour to level this matchup.
Wow, he's knocked a second red in. And at first, I think he was a bit concerned with position on the black, but the fact is he's now 50 in front with 43 on. It's amazing what can happen. This black would have been a pressure ball, wouldn't it, had that red not gone in? Now looking at the pink. Taking the 6 points. But Ricky Walden, it's the 4th frame he's won today. He's won them all in one visit, all with breaks. So that
73
suggests he's cueing really well, feeling really good, and that makes him dangerous in this group and indeed in this tournament. And that removes any lingering doubt. Now can he make what would be his 4th century of this Championship League?
'81. '82.
Made 386 career centuries, Ricky Walden. Career that, of course, has been interrupted at times by health issues, including last season. He got to the quarterfinals of the German Masters, had to pull out because he was taken to hospital. So it's good to see him playing well. You know, he's someone who's always supported the game, never really got into any trouble at all, doesn't talk badly about people, just pots balls.
94.
This blue then
98.
to make the 94th century of the Championship League. We're creeping towards 100. I'm sure we'll get there by the end of Wednesday. And this is Ricky Walden's 4th, which is 2nd today. And once again, just needing one chance to kill a frame off. He was a little fortunate when he knocked that 2nd red in, but he's played very well in this frame.
109.
He only actually made 12 centuries the whole of last season. He's already made 4 in this Championship League. 116, a terrific clearance from Ricky Walden to level up at 1 each.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
.116 clearance from Ricky Walden, his 2nd century today, so he's doing the heavy hitting. As I say, in all 4 frames he's won today, he's won them in 1 visit. 1 each in the match. And if Chris Wakelin doesn't win this match, then he's going to be struggling to win this group, clearly.
Thank you, 3rd frame. Chris Wakelin, the break.
The highest ranked player left in it, but for how much longer? This next frame will tell us a lot. I think in general for Chris Wakelin, it'll be interesting this season as the Reds sort of go back into a triangle. Be interesting, you know, will he press on? Jack Jones got in the top 16, didn't he, at the start of last season and couldn't quite keep his place. So can Chris press on, make sure he's there for the UK, for the Masters, for the World Championship? Maybe head, you know, higher up towards the top 8. You have to be doing really well in tournaments. Obviously, if you win a tournament with the big first prizes, you'll get a big boost. And this will be a big boost if he can knock this in.
Disappointed to have cued that so badly. There's no thought of a safety shot there. As soon as he saw that potable red, he was straight down into the shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say this now, but he was sat in the seat, the arena seat, about 10 minutes before the match began, which is very unusual. I mean, obviously a lot of tournaments you get introduced, but just sitting there waiting, I don't know whether he just couldn't be bothered to go back upstairs or what, but not seen many other players do that.
Well, that's not the best shot from Chris. This red is very potable for Ricky into this right corner. Can stun around the back of the black. If you can avoid the cannon on the pink, he should finish on a bolt colour. Oh, went straight into the black, but it's finished pretty well. If the pink pots. The way Rick is walking around the table, I think he's confident that it does.
There was just a slight wince, which tells you it's tight. Doesn't mean it won't go, though. John Bellew measuring the black spot.
Thank you. 7.
Obviously that's not a great help to Ricky Walden, the pink tied up now.
8.
Ideally, as a break builder, what you'd like to be able to do is to play for the red just above the black in such a way as to cannon the red and the pink away from the black spot. Still be on the black, and hopefully the black would respot and be in open play. But that's much further down the line.
13. Okay. 14.
Ricky didn't have an ideal angle on the green, but he'd already checked the two reds next to the pink spot to see if there are plants, and I think he's satisfied enough that it can be made. Looking at that camera shot though, I'm not so sure. have to hit the first red rather thinly. You can see they're offset to the left. So no guarantee that he'd be on a colour here.
Well, that doesn't help either, does it? I mean, the pink's already safe. Now the blue's on the cushion. Black's not great unless you can get on it. But the red went in at least.
Yeah, and the cue ball there, in potting the plant, cannon into another red, which has dislodged the pink and red from the black spot, which was going to be a massive help to Ricky had he not overrun the cue ball there. I don't think he's on anything now. Gee, that was a risk. But just shows confidence that Ricky Walden has in himself to take that on, because that was dangerous. At first glance, it could have finished worse. I just wonder if Chris can see enough of the red above the black to plant it onto the red that's over the pocket. It appears that he can.
One. Three.
Now, it's a late start for the evening session on table 2, but they're in a very interesting position, Stuart Bingham and Liam Davis. Bingham's made the running in this frame. Liam Davis, so 19 behind on the colours, needing them all to steal it. He impressed a lot of people in winning his group as Wakelin misses that green. He's gone very scrappy now, this frame.
Chris Wakelin, 4.
But Liam Davis attempting to land an early blow. Remember, he drew 2-2 with Matt Selt in his first match, and Stuart Bingham drew 2-2 with Dylan Emery.
25. $29.
These frames can make a big difference when you've been behind. As I say, Bingham seemed to be bossing it.
One.
But Davis has looked very cool. He played a shot earlier off the last red to bring the black out. He was near a cushion. He's not going to miss this, is he? So it's a great steal by the 19-year-old. 1-0 to Liam Davies.
47 in the frame.
Now Ricky Walden, meanwhile, getting the pink back into circulation.
Seven.
There wouldn't really be anything wrong here in playing for the red that's occupying the black spot, because he could run that in and play for the black, get that back onto its spot, and that would be open. just misjudged that a fraction. Now, if he does play the red next to the black spot, he may be slightly hampered.
14.
But he can still pot this red and screw into the red near the black spot to knock it out of the way. That's what he's chosen to do.
15. $22. $23. $29. $30.
Ricky Walden will be aware that if he can pop this black and the red that's nearest that left centre, this frame would be over, barring snookers.
Yes, a double check of the scores. He's 54 in front, 59 available. Blue safe as well, so can just commit to the pot here. Another impressive contribution. It wasn't all plain sailing when he came to the table. So Chris Wakelin, the best he can do now is another draw. So the best he can do in the group is 5 points.
44.
But it'd be out of his hands as to whether he can win the group going into his last match, because Ricky Walden plays next against
45.
Lu Hongyu. And either one of them can get to 6+ points. So it might be the last match he's playing for places. Of course, Gilbert's lost his first two, so he can't win the group.
52.
It's Walden who's done the heavy hitting in terms of breaks in this group. Another half century.
53.
.53 will do nicely. Ricky Walden, guaranteed at least a point. He leads 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
But if Ricky Walden can win this frame, then it means the next match between him and Lu Hongyu will actually be the group decider. Regardless of Wakelin and Gilbert, they won't be able to win the group, either of them. If Ricky wins this frame, he'll be on 6 points, Lu Hongyu on 4, so Ricky would need a draw in the last match. If Wakelin can tie the match, though, it's a little tighter.
That was beautifully cued. Not a bad cannon on the blue. He can avoid the bolt colours. He should be able to get onto his next red.
This is where all the permutations come in. If this does finish in a draw, and Ricky Walden and Lu Hongyu finishes in a draw and Chris Wakelin beats Dave Gilbert, we've got 3 players on 5 points. Ricky Walden's 116 would come into play then, but anyway, there's a lot that's got to happen for that scenario to arise.
6.
Oh, that's finished nicely. Just drops the red in, he'll automatically be on the black. What's a chance this is from the break-off shot of Ricky Walden, which, from what we've seen today, wasn't too bad, but he's still left a red on.
His highest break so far today, 59. That was in frame 1 of this match. 50. So he's not really been doing the heavy hitting yet. There's still time.
He could screw right through the pack of reds here and expect to be on the red closest to the black. Chose to take the risk. You never know what can go wrong, but it's worked out fine.
22. 23.
Yeah, good scoring chance for Chris Wakelin. This is the position on the other table. We saw Liam Davies make that good clearance to steal the first frame against Stuart Bingham on the black. This has been quite a lengthy business on this table today, and close group, 2 draws. Matt Selt on 4 points currently because he did beat Dylan Emery 3-1. Bingham is such a good break builder, such a heavy scorer, that you sort of fancy him in these situations, but he's under a bit of pressure in that group, having drawn his first match. Wants to make sure he goes in to play Selt last up, still of course being able to win the group.
7.
36.
Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, as I'm sure you know by now, has all the action from table 2. Of course, it was Bingham and Walden that year here that on the last day were playing effectively a dead group match after the final had finished. Because we knew the finalists, but they were last on in the group. And, you know, you would think it was the world final. They couldn't have tried any harder. They were playing for a grand, basically, but a grand's a grand, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Interestingly there, the final match of that group, Stuart Bingham and Matt Selt. Stuart Bingham is actually using a cue that was originally made for Matt Selt. Too much action on the cue ball. I think that rather surprised Chris Wakelin.
50.
Pot still on to the left centre, but he's rather limited now in what he can do with the cue ball. Can he play for the pink to the left corner? No.
51.
Played for the blue into the green pocket. Played it very well, but it's still a missable pot, but can screw back for a red into this right corner. think a spot of humidity is beginning to evidence itself here. Just look at how effortlessly he screwed back almost into the corner pocket
56.
there. And humidity can cause that to happen. You can completely lose control of the cue ball. Just look at that. Extraordinary.
Yes, and he didn't have too much more to do, did he, to win the frame, so that's very frustrating.
Chris Wakeler, 56.
Ricky can play the red closest to the green and leave the cue ball on the bulk cushion directly behind the green. He could really cause Chris Wakeling a problem. Oh, he's done just that. Well played. Chris Wakeling played that very well. Just a little unfortunate to ricochet off that top jaw of the middle pocket, because Ricky Walden has a chance of this red, and if he plays a delicate stun into the red next to the blue, he'd be on the blue. He's chosen not to play it. Still has his shot to nothing on though. Oh, beautifully cued. Not on the colour, but if he could roll up behind that pink, Chris Wakeling would be in all kinds of trouble. Behind the brown was more of a certainty though.
Ricky Walden, 1.
Hit and hope shot. And in fairness, I don't think Chris Wakeling had a lot of other options there. Now, is this red closest to the left corner cuttable, I wonder? Very thin one.
Stuart Bingham's going to make it 1-1 with Liam Davis. There was drama there because his 58 in front went in off, left a red to right centre, and Liam Davis took a long time before he played it, and he missed it. I think he just built it up a little bit too much. And anyway, Bingham delighted to get the lifeline, and he's going to draw level as the red stays out on table 1. So Wakelin 55 to the good. Golden chance to get the draw here and keep his hopes alive. He's dropped. But was it too long? Yeah, John Pellou's going to put it back, Dom, because he said it was
exactly time, but the shot was over.
He felt the shot was done.
It'll have to go back where it is.
Well, the shot isn't technically over
The white was still running out of allowed it.
until the player has left the table. Now, Ricky Waldron was in process there of putting the rest back. He was still deemed, in my opinion, to be at the table. So I don't think that red should be replaced, personally speaking.
That is correct, no.
Well, it's huge in the group, isn't it? It's a massive moment. Because Wakelin 55 in front, he's surely going to win the frame now.
Well, Dave, Chris Wakelin was still in his chair, was he not?
There isn't actually time in it, but what I allowed was because the shot was over. I've still not left the table. That doesn't matter. You can stand by the table. That confuses it, right? I judged it by how long it was there before it dropped. Chris had come forward as well, so I'd given him enough time before that. But if the white was still running and it dropped, then it's still a stroke. Okay, so I've made my decision. Okay, thank you.
Well, the referee, as he says, has made his decision, so they're going to have to continue, but it surely ultimately means that it's going to finish in a draw.
Yeah, well, the referee mentioned something I wasn't aware of there. Chris Wakelin had left his chair, so that's to be put into the melting pot as well. It's all open to conjecture, isn't it?
It did seem an age, didn't it? I mean, I thought it was going to cling to the lip. It's been replaced, and Wakelin just needs to mind his work to get the draw in this match. But as I say, it's going to have potential to have a big effect on this group, because Wakelin needs this frame to keep alive his hopes of still winning the group. It may be academic, because the most he can get to is 5 points, and of course both Ricky Walden and Lu Hongyu, they're playing each other, so if either one of them wins that match, they're going to win the group. But if it's a draw and Wakelin beats Gilbert, who knows? Drama.
9.
I mean, we'll never know. Walden may not have cleared up. He might have missed, after potting the red, missed the next colour. We'll never know. But John Pellew is there as a very experienced official to run this match, and that's what he's done. Wakelin has missed that, but has surely done enough. 71 in front, 59 on. So there's the handshake, a very interesting way for the match to end. It's finished in a draw. It's still not a great result for Wakelin, but he's still potentially in with a chance of winning the group. But the next match, of course, is out of his hands. It's Ricky Walden, Lu Hongyu, and that may well end up the group decider.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
You lose, don't worry. Yeah, but kind of the guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is competing. Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
So the action about to continue. Now this is the table, and as you can see, Ricky Walden and Lu Hongyu both on 4 points. They're about to play each other. So if either one of them wins, they'll be on 7. They'll be the group winner. If it's a tie, if it's a 2-2 draw, we've had a couple of those already today, it gets more complicated because, of course, they'll both move up to 5, and it means Chris Wakelin, who's currently on 2 points, if he beats Dave Gilbert, will join them on 5, and then it will be down to frame difference. If Wakelin, for example, were to win that match 3-0, he'd be the group winner. If it's 3-1, we'll have 3 players tied on the same metrics, and it will go on the highest break, which at the moment is Ricky Walden's 116. So it's a little complicated, but the simplest thing to say is if either Walden or Lu wins this match, they will be the group winner, regardless of what happens between Chris Wakelin and Dave Gilbert. So it's a big match. Quite often, of course, the group decider is the last match, but it could well be this one. And that's the situation. We've just seen that 2-2 draw between Wakelin and Walden. It's still 1-1 between Stuart Bingham and Liam Davies. Obviously that group started a little late because it was a long afternoon, but at the moment Matt Selt on 4 points there. He plays the last match against Bingham. If Bingham only draws with Liam Davies there, then he'll definitely have to win his last match. So it's quite a tight group, and well, I think it's just reflective of the position we're in the tournament. We've only got a couple of days left, and the trophy is suddenly, you know, within touching distance. When we start out, it feels a long way off. Well, it is. It's 21 days away, but now it's just 2 days away. This is the live position. Bingham and Davies. Davies won the first from on the black. He had a chance in that last one, as I mentioned. He missed a red after Bingham went in off, and Stuart Bingham at the time was 54 in front, so didn't have much more to do. But it's been a real battle on that table today. Matt Selt had a long old afternoon, but he got 4 points out of his 2 matches, so he's looking good at the moment. But as I say, he plays Bingham at last, and that you sense will one way or the other decide it. So we're ready for match 5, and it's a big one here on table 1, because if either of these players, Ricky Walden or Liu Hongyu, wins it, they've won the group. They'll be on 7 points and can't be caught. Walden's played very well today. I think he's played the best snooker in this group. He's scored heavily. Let's see, though, how he fares here.
Liu Hongyu to break.
And once again, that break off. Look at where the red has come. He needs some luck. He needs the brown to come to his rescue. How many times have we seen that red come up the table? I've lost count. Clearly no attempts at the pot, could only see the edge of it. Ricky doing his best to get that red back into the pack of reds, and well, he's nearly set the balls up again.
These two played in Riyadh last year at the Saudi Arabia Masters. Liu Hongyu won that one 4-1, and then the following month Ricky Walden beat him 4-3 at the British Open. They also played in this event 2 years ago. Liu was the winner there.
I think you're absolutely right when you say about Ricky Walden being the standout player of this group today. There's no question about it. He certainly has played the best. But that doesn't always mean that you're guaranteed to get through.
No, and he's got to just get over what happened in that last frame. He took what John Pellew said on the chin. You know, he made his point. He said, I was still at the table, but it was explained to him. Something about the way John explains it as well. He's got just a lovely way about him, doesn't he? Lovely voice. And so I don't think Ricky will, you know, carry that into this match, but it was potentially big for the whole group.
Foul and a miss. Liu Hongyu 4.
Well, this new cloth cushions play quite slidey. That's a big misjudgment from Ricky Walden. Now, does this red pass up to the yellow pocket? It does. It's a chance. Not entertaining it, so having it replaced, and Ricky, second attempt, expect him to hit it this time. He should do, really. But it's quite important he does, because should he fail to hit the reds this time, maybe a warning issued on the third attempt if Liu decides to have it replaced again. Well, that might be wise, changing his route here. Oh.
One.
Oh, what a pot that is to get yourself out of trouble.
Ricky Walden 1.
The referee here is Andrew Barklam. He's coming in for the last 3 days. Keen chess player. I was telling him earlier that back in the day, pre-internet this was, Steve Davis was president of the English Chess Association, and he used to play chess with a chap by post. So literally, he'd make his move, fill in a little postcard, post it off to this chap. 2 days later, he'd make his move. But you can imagine, in Steve's heyday, he's away at so many tournaments. I mean, those matches must have taken months. And the patience, and indeed the stamps required different times.
Nice of him to turn up at the business end, though, to officiate. We've all been slogging it out for the last few weeks. He's come to take all the glory.
Well, there wasn't much glory on table 2 earlier. He had about 4.5 hours of it.
Yeah, actually 3 days is probably enough, isn't it? Well, it's quite a big target up in that balk area, that green ball being off the spot, as well as the fact that all the reds are sort of congregating over the left side of the table. If Ricky can get his cue ball up towards that left side, it will present some problems for Liu Hongyu. That's what he's tried to do, but he hasn't executed it all that well. A little too thick on the red. Now, I just wonder if Liu Hongyu can thin off the red to left of the pink. Try and find the gap back up towards that yellow side of the baulk cushion. Send the red into the pink. Find the gap. Oh, he caught it a little thick and he's been fortunate. Wonder if Ricky will try and get that cue ball close in behind this black. There's a red by the pink spot. Single red, he can just play up and down. Cue ball will travel naturally close to that black. Well, he went the other way by the top cushion, and he won't mind that.
I'm sure both players are well aware of the importance of this match. They're well aware that if they win it, that's it. They'll be coming back on Wednesday for the last day. Remember, there'll be just 8 players here on Wednesday, 2 groups of 4. And then the winner of each of those groups plays the final, best of 5, to decide our champion.
Well, that is superb. What a pot that is from Ricky Walden. Listen to the sound. He's hit the back of the leather and he can't even see the leather from where he struck that from. There is very little opening to that pocket. That really was top notch, and he's found the gap for the cue ball. Brilliant shot. And just look at the chance that it's created for himself. It's amazing how many times when you're backed into a corner and there really isn't that many options available to you, fully commit to a long one. You accept the consequences should you miss it. You so often knock it in, and that really was a good shot that Ricky's just played.
He's played so well today, really has. Indeed, he played well. You know this, Stephen. You were in his group. He made that 1-4-3 against you. He played well in the first group. You got the draw with him, didn't you? But he won his other 2 matches.
Yeah, he was impressive. You could see that he was just striking the ball nicely, and it's a bit of a surprise that he didn't come through his first 2 qualifiers. He played 2 tough opponents, Joe O'Connor and David Grace, but the way he's playing now,
14.
on this sort of current form, you would fancy him against anyone, really. And it just underlines how strong the whole tour is now, that anyone on their day can put a good performance in and, you know, compete with anyone. But he's really hit the ground running today. Started the day brilliantly well against David Gilbert. Dave barely put a foot wrong in that match and was brushed aside really with ease.
Yeah, because all day he's only really been needing 1 chance per frame to win them, so there's obviously not a lot you can do against that.
$20. $25. $26.
Now, table 2, Liam Davies here has effectively framed ball for a 2-1 lead. Not an easy one with the spider and all the extensions, but sensibly has focused on the pot, so that puts him 54 in front with 51 on. So he's proving to be very stubborn today. Got a draw with Matt Selt. That was a long match, and he has the chance to beat Stuart Bingham.
34.
Snooker's needed, so yeah, it's a player with not much experience, obviously only his 2nd year on tour, but he had a lot of experience of winning all sorts of things as an amateur. Liam Davies as a junior.
41.
As Ricky Walden continues here.
$42.
Yeah, and he's got the reds perfect now. He really has. The black being on its spot available. Not really much work to do with the cue ball. Everything pots. It's just a case of getting the correct angle on the red to stay on the black if he can, but blue is also available, so it's hard to really see where this can go wrong for Ricky, the way he's been playing today. Of course, we've mentioned what a big game this is for both. The winner wins the group. And it was important for either to hit the ground running and, you know, try and stamp their authority down quickly in this match, and it looks like it's going to be Ricky to do that.
50.
Of course, he's got much the more experience of the two. Been involved in many big matches in his career.
Well, against Dave Gilbert in his first match, he made breaks of 104, 85 and 74 to win 3-1. We've just seen him, of course, draw with Chris Wakelin, but in that match he had breaks of 116 and 53.
56.
Already up to 56 here, not much more to do to win the frame, so he's taking these frames out in one visit.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's really,
63.
really impressive. You know, scoring is everything at this game, and if you can get in and kill the frames off in one hit, then you're going to win more matches
64.
than not. Quite the contrast on table 1 to what it has been on table 2. It's been real granite stuff over there.
71. 72.
1
77.
Well, let's see if Liam Davies can make a century here.
78.
He needs the blue to do that. Of course, he won a group that included Ali Carter, the defending champion. So, very impressive to come through that opening group. And that's equally impressive to make a century
83.
to lead Stuart Bingham 2-1.
84.
Very interesting mix of established names, people like Ricky Walden who've won tournaments, and up-and-comers. I saw Ben Mertens practicing, the young lad from Belgium. He'll be up tomorrow. Won his group, of course.
91. .92.
116 that break finished for Liam Davies. Of course, in the first group stage, he made a 135, which is his highest break on the World Snooker Tour.
97.
Meanwhile, Ricky Walden poised to make his third century of the day and his fifth in this tournament
99.
this year. And these are short matches, but he really is scoring so well.
And when you consider that he made just 12 century breaks last season, that just goes to show how well Ricky Walden is playing.
Yeah, if you look at the Championship League this year, he's won. Now, just trying to add it up, he's won 14 frames, I think, and he's made 5 centuries. And that was a terrific 111.
Ricky Walden, 111.
He means business. He's here to win this group. If he wins the match, he'll do exactly that. He leads 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, Lu Hongyu can still, of course, win this match, but he's seeing what we've seen all day from Ricky Walden, what we've seen throughout the tournament, which is real heavy scoring. So, yeah, he won 8 frames in the first group, and so far here he's won another 6, so 14 frames, 5 centuries, and there's been a lot of other big breaks as well, so very, very impressive. And Lu, well, he can do similar, but he's going to have to start in the next frame. Remember, if this ends in a draw, then Chris Wakeling can still actually come through with a 3-0 victory over Dave Gilbert and win the group himself. But at the moment, Ricky Walden, clearly the man to beat here. We're just waiting for him to return. It's 2-1 to Liam Davies. He made that century, 116 on table 2. But there's still 2 matches to come there. He plays Dylan Emery, and then Stuart Bingham plays Matt Sell. Day 19, this, of 21. So we're really at the business end now. I've seen the trophy upstairs in Rob Spencer's office. So we're getting closer to that being handed over to somebody on Wednesday night.
Yeah, I think now we've arrived at this stage, it's in touching distance to everyone, isn't it? And you can feel the tension out there a lot more, you know, over the past couple of days than what you could in the earlier rounds for sure. And you know, Ricky Walden, for example, what a story that would be after so long without his hands on some silverware. He's a day and a bit away from potentially getting another trophy.
Second frame.
Well, as we were saying earlier, it's been 11 years since he won a ranking title. I remember Jimmy White had to wait, I think it was 12 years between winning the UK Championship and then he won the Players' Championship up in Scotland. But anyway, not in the final group yet, but certainly playing well enough not only to win this group, but to win this tournament.
And that's a very interesting break-off there. You can see that Ricky's just played, and finally someone has changed it up, because the amount of times we've seen that break-off go wrong, for whatever reason, the conditions may just not be allowing that conventional break-off. Finally, he's just gone the 2-cushion route to get a good cue ball. In a way, I'm kind of glad that everyone's struggling with the break-off, because in my group I just couldn't work out why I couldn't get a good break, and I was thinking, God, am I really cueing this bad? But no, everyone is struggling with it, so it makes me feel a little bit better about things.
Well, the way things are going, your 2-2 draw with Ricky is looking like a right result, isn't it? Because he's playing, he seems to be outplaying everyone else.
Yeah, it's increased my form massively, hasn't it? What a result. And he's judged that one to perfection. Played one in the opening frame that was a mile away, really, but he's played that very nicely. He's not left a straightforward return either. Oh, he's just able to avoid the pink ball, but hasn't got a good white.
We've had 3 centuries this evening, so 96 now for the total. The other thing to say is if there was any sort of question mark about if Ricky was bringing any sort of negative energy after what happened at the end of the match with Wakelin, then that was dispelled by the century. I think with refereeing decisions, you know, the referee is in charge of the match and you have to take their decision. So much of it is about how they actually explain it, and John was very, very good the way he explained it. As Lu Hongyu has a bit of a horror show here. Yeah, he explained it properly, with authority, but also in a kind way, and the players just accepted it. And so much of it is how you do that. You don't want to be sort of too disciplinarian about it or sort of patronising about it, and he wasn't.
Yeah, you're spot on there. I think, you know, you can put your point across in such a way to make everyone understand it, and as you say, John is very able to do that. You're right, that was an absolute horror show from Lu Hongyu, and how has he gotten away with it? I thought for a moment there Ricky could pot that red to left corner and maybe run through and stay on the black, pushing the other red out of the way. Clearly didn't fancy it, but look at the discipline once again. He's got his opponent where he wants him. That's cold, and he's got him on the baulk cushion. And currently unable to find a return.
Yeah, it's an all-round very impressive display, not just scoring but safety as well from Ricky Walden.
It's a very professional performance, and it comes from experience that he knows how quickly these games can turn. They can turn on just a single shot, and if you for a split second let your guard down, he knows what a talented potter Lu Hongyu is, and when he gets going he can reel off frames. He wants to keep him at arm's length and keep him bang under pressure, and that's exactly what he's doing at the moment. He's not giving him a look in.
Yeah, and considering how heavily Ricky Walden has scored today, you'd be concerned if you're Lu Hongyu now. It's not absolutely straightforward because the black and pink aren't in great positions at the moment, really. But if he can get the black back on its spot soon, then he might be in business.
Yeah, he might have to play a little delicate one here, around the back of the black, for the black into the same pocket.
6.
It's okay. He can still pot this black, but if the cue ball can drift across the face of the black spot and he'll be on that red to left corner, there's no issues. Which he looks to have done nicely.
30.
Well, maybe not at second glance. A little bit awkward still. You can see the angle he's got on that red. It's going into the other red, which doesn't help him. Well, has he found a gap? Well, he has. Red to middle. Well, that helped massively, and he's played it well. Gave everything to the pot. The cue ball was taking care of itself. And now he'll look to leave himself a little bit nicer on that red to left corner. Straight at worst, preferably low. Perfect.
21. $22. $29. $30. $37.
Well, he's gone through those reds perfectly now, and he's just one or two little delicate positional shots away from really opening this frame up. Already got a healthy lead. Would have ideally liked to have been straight on either of these reds to either corner pocket. Little touch of angle is just making it awkward. And it's gone wrong.
38.
Bit of chunterage from Ricky there, because had that gone right, then it's probably 2-0.
Yeah, it was a delicate little one he had to play, and it wasn't guaranteed. He was trying to screw past that red, well, screw through it and bring the cue ball out with it. Leave a shot on the pink to middle. It was the shot before, just not quite landing nice enough. But again, it's taken a minute to just decide on the right shot to play. Oh, this is dangerous. Well,
Foul and a miss.
Can only assume that that didn't stay on its true course.
It didn't seem to on the way up the table.
Now there might be a chance, a thin red to this right corner. Yeah, it was half a chance. The yellow was waiting. And now possibly Ricky has a similar sort of shot. Can pot this red. It looks a natural little touch of right-hand side on the cue ball. Doesn't want to miss this thin. Also got a red by the pink, same sort of shot.
Well, he's played so well today, you feel he doesn't need the luck, he got it there.
The signs are there. The signs are there that Ricky's going to go on to win this group. As you say, he's played brilliantly well, and when you're getting that as well, take him.
Well, he's on the yellow here to try and get amongst the reds. There's Liam Davies with a chance to beat Stuart Bingham, so that would be a fantastic result for the 19-year-old. And if he does win that frame, Davies, we've got a 4 points, which is the same as Matt Selt, who he drew with earlier. Of course, they've each got a match to play. Davies plays Dylan Emery, Matt Selt plays Bingham. So that group is still wide open. I mean, just to throw it into the mix, if Emery beat Davies and Bingham beat Selt, they'd all be on 4 points. Maybe just start all over again.
No one needs that.
15.
Play through the night.
Ricky's just potted a really nice red to get on the black, the only real missable shot. And he's back in prime position and he's poised to take this frame. 46 points to the good, 3 red safe on the side cushion. Happy enough to leave them there.
The fluke was big, of course, but in general, he's just playing so well. Looks confident. Looking to kill every frame off, it seems, as quickly as he can. So we'll need another red after the black, and it'll be 2-0, and he will need one more frame to be confirmed as the group winner, regardless of what happens between Chris Wakelin and Dave Gilbert later.
26.
A little check of the scores, this red for 2-0.
$27. 34. 35. Ricky Walden, 35.
Well, the fluke helped, but in general, Ricky Walden playing some very, very good snooker here. He leads 2-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Ricky Walden then needs one more frame in this match, and he is confirmed as the group winner. He'll be coming back on Wednesday for the last day of the Championship League. Lu Hongyu can still get a draw, but what's also in Walden's favour is, of course, the big breaks he's made. It's going to take something special now for him not to win this group. The way it could happen is if this does finish in a draw, Chris Wakelin were to beat Dave Gilbert, who I suspect is a bit demotivated, having lost 2. If you beat him 3-0, then Chris Wakelin would top the group. But Walden, got to say, is looking good to win this match. Liam Davies has beaten Stuart Bingham 3-1, so that has shaken up that group. And he stays on to play Dylan Emery next. The last match will be Bingham v Matt Selt. It's a very good win, that, for young Liam. Well, it's 1-1 for Flukes.
Yeah, but no position, so he's unlucky, really, not to land on a walk colour. Ricky finished plumb on the brown when he fluked his.
Flew in this, didn't it?
Wrong.
Well, he can get to the middle of the white, past the yellow, so it's going to be the thin brown. He's played it well. And again, at first glance, he's not landed. Just caught the wrong side of the pink if you're being ultra critical. Well, he's very quick to look at this plant and, well, look at the gap between them. I'm not sure Chris Wakelin would like to see him take this on, but I'm sure he'd like to see it now it's gone in. If anything, they're just trying to get some movement on the reds around the black. Try to get them out of the way to open that black spot up. He's done that to some degree, but he's not nice on his red. But this one to middle, which is a tricky little shot. never really fully committed to it, I felt. Wrong side of the blue as well. Again, you can guarantee that Ricky's not going to take anything daft on here. Got this game right where he wants it. Time to keep the pressure on. Try and force the mistake out of his opponent.
No, there's nothing really happening for him.
He surprised me with a couple of his shot selections today, and that was another one. Didn't seem like the percentages were in his favour with that. It was a big shot to take on. Very, very tough to get on a colour. Very tough pot with the amount of side he was trying to use, and looked a guarantee to go into the reds as it has done. It was potentially leaving a lot. Oh, this is delicate.
Well, he's a long way, isn't he, from the tip of the cue here. Got to get everything out as well. Just about done that.
Blue on you, 1.
Just a reminder already through to the next phase, the last phase. We've got Joe O'Connor and Zhu Se in the first group. In the second group, Steve Maguire and Pang Zhu. The winner of this group will go into the O'Connor group. So it's an interesting mix. You've got players there, O'Connor, Zhu Se, Pang Zhu. They've been knocking on the door, haven't they, last couple of years. Steve Maguire, of course, a 6-time ranking event winner.
Well, that cue ball just about made it. The intention there was to cut off the reds beneath the pink, so Ricky can't come down the left side of the table. A lot of traffic down the right side you can see, so very tough to play any sort of return down there. In fact, there isn't a return. He's got to try and just buy himself a couple of shots here, Ricky. Might have to try and dump the cue ball somehow to this top cushion, which, well, there's not really much value in that, with that red being there beneath the black spot. He's in trouble. And he can't even pot his way out of trouble here. Perhaps the red just above and to the left of the black, the right of the two close together, just sends that up and down gently. Try and get the cue ball over towards that black. Perhaps that would provide some refuge. He'd be trusting to the table running true, because that would have to be dead weight. Yeah, he's in big trouble. I'm struggling to find a way out.
While he studies this, just to let you know, the two young Welshmen, Liam Davies and Dylan Emery, are getting their match underway on table 2 in what is a tight old group.
If he could rest up to the red on the top cushion, coming off a cushion, then he would have played it by now. It looks... He can still do that. But he's going elsewhere. Yeah, that was the shot that initially stood out to me, and I think that's what he attempted to do. But again, because of the pace he was having to play it at, he was having to trust the table completely, and having already had a shot drift off earlier towards the yellow, that would have been in the back of his mind there. Might have got away with it. He was in trouble. Big trouble, to be fair.
Yeah, he is favourite for the group, but of course if he doesn't win the match, then it's out of his hands, that last match. And as I say, you know, you can understand if Gilbert is a bit demotivated, which would offer, I guess, a chance for Wakelin. Double kiss. Again, he could have left a sitter here unless he can get through to the red near the pocket. I don't think he can. But it looks like this red goes through the gap between reds. Yeah. So, can Lu Hongyu, who only scored 8 points in the first 2 frames, can he put anything together here? Of course, he's qualified for the Wuhan Open and the British Open, so it's been a very good start to the season, which really cranks into gear, doesn't it? Big month coming up. Obviously, the top players will be in the Shanghai Masters, playing for a big first prize there. Then everyone will be at the Saudi Arabia Masters, and then the Wuhan Open for those who've made it through. So by the end of August, there will actually have been 4 trophies handed out.
8.
Well, this is a golden chance now.
$14. 15. 21. 22.
Not sure if the 2 reds just above the black spot close together. The top one of those will, well, it doesn't matter now because he's developed them anyway. He's perfect on that pink, and that has brought enough balls into play to win this frame now. Can leave those 2 reds north of the pink alone, the red by the right side cushion alone.
$29. 35. 36.
Well, he needs the rest for this pink, so just needs proper attention. Put 55 in front, so a couple more reds needed. Yeah, played it well.
$42.
Remember, if this is a draw, then it does open the door potentially for Chris Wakelin
43.
in the last match. He needs this red. And it should be 2-1. Well, he's taken these well because he didn't get much of a look in the first two frames. Walden's super confident, scoring heavily, but just very calmly gone about this break. He made 2 centuries in the first of the groups. Top seed in his group was Nopin Senkarm, but Liu Hongyu actually drew with him and then won his last 2 matches. Beat Ian Burns and Patrick Whelan. Well, he's missed that, but the damage has been done here. He's well over the line, so we've got one more frame, a big frame in this group. Ricky Walden's lead is cut to 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Table 2, we have 2 young Welsh prospects, both of whom, of course, already won their groups to get to this stage. This is Dylan Emery at the table against Liam Davies. If Dylan Emery wins 3-1 and Stuart Bingham beats Matt Selt 3-1, they're all tied on everything. And it would come down to the high breaks. At the moment, that favours Liam Davies on 116. Dylan Emery
6.
Firstly, needs to win this match. Of course, if he won 3-0, that would change things. But anyway, there's a lot of permutations. But nobody's out of that group yet. As we approach the final match, nobody's out. Final match is Stuart Bingham, Matt Selt. That's gone wrong. Didn't get the cannon.
He was absolutely perfect a moment ago, Dylan, on a maximum. Got to 40. Played such a bad shot from the red to black to leave himself tight on the side cushion and dropped the black in and didn't get on a red. And they were absolutely perfect for him. He was livid with himself. You could see from shot 1 he was going for it. Got this red through the gap, has he? Wow. Still going.
14.
Good player, Dylan. Really is. He's nice to watch. He's an attacking player. He gets on with it.
I think he's got a very good attitude, actually, and obviously that can only be a good thing. Found himself back on the World Snooker Tour, but he did get to play a lot of events as a top-up, so he sort of had the best of both worlds, really.
17.
Playing a lot of amateur snooker and a lot of professional snooker, or in professional tournaments, but now he's back on tour with a 2-year card.
Yeah, he's certainly good enough to be a professional snooker player.
18.
No doubt about it, and doing pretty well so far.
Well, perfectly poised to win the first frame there. But of course, we've got one more on table 1, and it's a big frame in this group. Ricky Walden, if he wins it, has won the group. If not, then it's out of his hands. going into the last match, Chris Wakelin could still sneak it.
And again, Ricky choosing to play that break off, and he's mastered it. A new break off has been born. Much prefer that one to the roll up into the back of the pack. You never need to see that again, do we?
No, we actually saw it today. Chris Wakelin played it in the first match, but yeah, it's not exactly a sort of crowd pleaser.
And look at the mistake has come early. Safety shot completely mishit. Long red is on for Ricky. Little tracer right to just check this cue ball up. Back up for blue or bought colour.
Dylan Emery has won that frame against Liam Davies. So 1-0 to Emery there.
Now the black being out of commission here does him no favours. There's going to be a lot of travelling, a lot of mileage covered for the cue ball unless he can land on it. And with that red being also quite close to the top cushion, it wouldn't be too much of a problem to play that shot at some point, but it's further on down the line. Got to strike this one well with the rest to get back top side of the blue. Well, he didn't really make too much of an attempt to get up for it. And once again, he's got some distance to cover here. Well, only the pace allowed that red to drop. He caught a little bit of that near knuckle, but now it is going to be the black. He'd like to land on the red on the black spot, because the black will be up onto the brown spot. And now just looking to clear the path down this end.
18.
If he can at some stage get that black back on its spot, it would become a great chance. I think he can quite comfortably play up for the blue from this red. Again, top side is imperative.
90.
Again, he's not got his cue ball under complete control just yet. Well, he'll be disappointed to miss the yellow first and foremost, but his cue ball was just finding him out there. quite have the control that he needed. It was a tricky little chance.
Six. Seven.
Well, he made a nice break in the last frame, and this chance has come along maybe unexpectedly as Liu Hongyu attempts to really tighten this group up.
Of
course, if he did win the frame, then he would be on 5 points, as would Walden, but he would need to make a big break to stand a chance of winning the group, because Ricky's had those centuries. And he's running out of reds, really, to do that.
Black ball.
Worth saying, of course, though, there's prize money differential, depending on where you finish. £1,000 between each place.
No, he just lost his cue ball there. It was a good pot on the black. I think he put so much effort into potting the black, making sure he didn't miss it.
22.
Just let his cue ball travel on. Now this is a tough pot. Yeah, and it made the difference in the end. Well, Ricky will be delighted to have only suffered 22 points there, because he got the black back on its spot, and had he got nice on that red, it was a great chance, but it was a tough pot from where he landed. Now can Ricky pot this, stun across for the black? Yeah, no danger. No danger at all. He's been knocking in that mid-range shot all day long.
Yes, he's played really well today. The question is, can he now see this out and confirm himself as the group winner?
Oh dear me. What has he done there? That really is not a good positional shot. He's completely mistimed that black.
Of an unexpected mistake. Not the attempted double, the shot before, to leave himself there. So maybe just a little bit of pressure telling. He knows the situation, Ricky Walden. He knows it's a massive frame, and he knows if he loses it, it's completely out of his hands.
It was a real unforced error from Ricky that he just made. Potted such a good red to get in, and the black was about as bad a shot as he's struck all day. Maybe he's starting to feel it. He certainly didn't time that black well at all.
Yeah, I mean, Steve Maguire was saying the other night, you know, he was feeling the pressure towards the end of his group with the match with Zhang Anda. Particularly these players, they've won tournaments, yes, but not for a while. Well, he's got another chance.
Oh, and I tell you what, there's nothing better for a player than after the shot that Ricky's just played, seeing your opponent eye up a long ball like that, when you see them rattle it and get the double kiss and stick you right in amongst them again, it's a real feel of elation and come back to the table with a chance, but you've still got to stand up and take them. And no doubt that poor mistake a few moments ago will focus the mind of Ricky Walden. Played that to perfection using the spider. Queuing down on the ball, it can be quite difficult to judge the pace off the cushion. The cushions have been on the soft side today and he struck that so nicely.
Six. Seven.
He's had a difficult few years with health issues, which has obviously contributed to him falling to 40th in the world. He was once number 6. He's won 3 big ranking titles, beating some of the game's best along the way.
14.
A lot of people in the game would love to see him lift another trophy, and if he can win this frame, then he'll be one of just 8 players left on Wednesday with the chance to do exactly that here at the Championship League.
15.
And there's no doubt he's played very well today. So he'll go into that final day, if he does win the frame, full of confidence, I'm sure.
Yeah, that blue
20.
there might have been the shot to get him over the line. He couldn't have placed the cue ball any better. Landed on the perfect red
21.
to remove. Again, that wasn't the cleanest
28.
of strikes. Just lost his cue ball once again. No, but he's played
29.
that really well.
So, check at the scores. He's 40 in front. This red,
35.
barring Snookers, and Ricky Walden will be confirmed as the group winner, and he'll thoroughly deserve it because he's played very, very well today. He scored heavily, and that's always been a part of his game at his best. So, regardless what happens in the last match, Ricky Walden will be coming back on Wednesday. Can he win ranking title number 4, 11 years after he won ranking title number 3? It would be some story.
42.
Remember, he was in hospital in Berlin. He got to the quarterfinals of the German Masters, had to pull out last season. But he's fit and well here.
42.
And he's had
Frame
a
and
very, very good day. Gets to 7 points. There's the handshake. So Ricky Walden has done what he had to do. He's won the match 3-1. And he is our group winner. He will be coming back on Wednesday. But of course, that's not it for us. We've still got Chris Wakelin v Dave Gilbert to come.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history,
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
the biggest prize, the crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lulus, don't worry. Yeah, but kind of the guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take your place. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing for Can you speak English, but please speak? Because I ain't understood a word you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
So it's been a long old stint here in Leicester. This BetVictor Championship League is bubbling up nicely. We're on the penultimate day of Phase 2, and this Group E here on Table 1 is done. Ricky Walden is our group champion, and he will be back Wednesday to compete for the final in the final group and hopefully get his hands on some silverware after an 11-year gap, would you believe it? Unfortunately for everyone else, they're just playing for placings. Lu Hongyu has played all his matches, as you can see there. He's finished the day on 4 points. And our final game between Chris Wakelin and David Gilbert, which is what we're about to watch here on Table 1, as I say, is purely playing for places. It's been a tough day at the office for Dave Gilbert today, and after losing his opening match, you often feel that you're pretty much out of it, and then followed it up with another loss in his game straight afterwards. So back-to-back losses this afternoon for Dave Gilbert. He's pretty much resigned himself very early on in this group, and it's a shame because he spent a long time thinking about it, practicing, preparing for it, and it can be over so very quickly. But of course, it's worth noting that there is prize money on offer at the different stages of the placings in the group table, so there's always something to play for. Chris Wakelin was relying on that result in the previous game to finish as a 2-all draw. Unfortunately, it didn't, so the best he can do is finish second.
David Gilbert, 1.
Well, after such a useful fluke from Dave Gilbert, he follows it up with that fairly rudimentary miss on the black. chance here for Chris Wakelin. Oh, hang on. Wow, a fluke of his own. But what a difference, because he's opened the pack up far and wide. He's quite nice on the blue, and this is a serious chance for Chris Wakelin. Have a look at this. 2 successful pots at the beginning of this frame, but both flukes. Now, slightly different scenario for Chris Wakelin, because being a top 16 player, he'll be heading off to Shanghai for the invitation event very soon. So he'll want to put in a decent performance here, just for a bit of extra confidence. He'll be playing a wild card out of Shanghai, but should he win that match, he'd be playing none other than Zhao Xintong, our current world champion.
Yes, and as well, you know, he currently occupies 16th place in the rankings, Chris Wakelin, and there's a number of players hot on the heels of those guys at the bottom end of the top 16, and that's not the sort of shot he'll want to see missed all that often, because, as I was about to say, every pound and every ranking point may make the difference for him in terms of keeping that top 16 place. And finishing second today would give him a few extra 1,000 points. But that was a shocker, wasn't it? Red to middle. And it got the reds spread far and wide, so David Gilbert in with a chance. I'm going to stick my neck on the line here, Dom, and say there won't be much safety played in this game.
Not by Dave Gilbert, that's for certain. I was having a chat with him in the Players' Lounge, and his ethic is really basically, if he can't win the group, nothing else matters. He doesn't care about the extra, few pounds. But I mean, as you just mentioned, it's absolutely right what you say. I mean, every pound you earn in a ranking event equates to a ranking point, and I mean, Dave Gilbert's currently ranked 23 in the world, so every pound that he wins, every ranking point that he earns here, could be very important.
Talking of a few extra pounds as well, I think because he resigned himself to the fact that he couldn't win the group, he's probably piled on a few pounds from the dessert fridge. He had a couple of dinners, didn't he, and then backed it up with a back-to-back desserts. Unbelievable innings from Dave Gilbert this afternoon at dinner.
20. 21.
Yes, but look at him. He's looking rather svelte. I think we can forgive him the odd transgression.
Of course, he works closely with former player and coach Andy Lee. Dave calls him the caddy, and he told the caddy that he's having the day off tomorrow, but he'll be back in the gym on Wednesday. I don't think Andy was too pleased when he saw Dave tucking into a Biscoff cheesecake, absolutely peppered in cream upstairs. But it's been a struggle, as I say, for Dave Gilbert today. He's not shown us that sort of level that we love to see from him. He's a beautiful cueist on his day and really is one of the best players in the world at times. And
36.
I don't think he did all that wrong against Ricky Walden in his first match. Ricky was just too good, unfortunately. He's played too good all day. Ricky really does deserve to be the group champion. Scored very heavy.
43.
The format, the schedule can make a big difference, can't it? If he doesn't play Ricky in the first game, his first result might be different, and all of a sudden he has a different outlook on the day, but it's out of his hands, of course.
51.
Well, the referee,
52.
Andrew Barkland, has got his work cut out here, racing round the table, re-spotting them balls.
Well, he's got to work those desserts off, hasn't he, Stephen?
59.
Well, he's averaging at 11.4 seconds a shot currently, and
60.
Anybody that knows anything about the average shot time of a player, that is quick. I think Marco Fu won a game recently in the qualifiers, playing at 12.5 seconds 66. A shot. Might have been against Steve Maguire. Incredible.
67.
Well, I played Marco a couple of seasons ago, and I was astonished. Now, I knew he had problems with his eyes. I couldn't understand the reason why he had to play so quickly. It's because if he didn't, he'd see sort of spots before him.
74.
When I played him, I thought he was trying to sort of throw the match. Of course, Marco would never do that.
75.
But he was just playing in such a fashion that suggested to me, like, just winning or losing, it didn't matter to him. And it took me aback a little bit. I didn't know, who I was playing, and oh, he's so dangerous. I mean, because Marco Fu is a fantastic player, as we all know.
89.
Well, he's got to 90 in no time, Dave Gilbert. Chance of the ton. Just goes to show when the pressure's off
94.
and there's nothing really to play for out there in Dave's mind. Look how well these guys can play.
96.
Just mop the table up as if it's easy. They can do it with their eyes closed.
99. $103.
So that brown is the 98th ton of this event. We're creeping ever closer to 100 centuries here at Championship League. Is it going to make it? Ah, never in danger. Of course it is. Well, it doesn't look like he's going to bother with the black, but 114 break to kick things off here on table one. What a contribution that was from David Gilbert. All a little too late, though, unfortunately. He leads Chris Wakelin 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So an average shot time of 10.7 seconds and a break of 114 from David Gilbert in the opener was more than good enough to blow Chris Wakelin aside there. Neither player able to top the group, of course. Ricky Walden is our group champion and through to Wednesday's final group. Chris Wakelin, the best he can do is finish second in this table. 2 draws from his matches today. If he wins it, he'll head to 5 points. Currently he sits in third on 2 points. David Gilbert at the bottom of the table, so David Gilbert really just playing for pride.
Chance of a long straight red for Dave Gilbert. He'll enjoy playing this. Test of cueing. Wasn't badly played. Hang on. Hang on. It's in, isn't it? It's in. Oh, not another fluke. And again, look at the position on the black.
We've seen 3 incredible flukes in this match already, and we're only a frame and a shot in. Something about the Championship League, it always seems to offer up some brilliant flukes. I don't know what it is about these Rasson tables. You get some crackers on them.
He's just made a century in about 7 minutes and 5 seconds. Maybe he'll consider having a go at a maximum here.
Yeah, I've got no doubt that he will have the maximum on his mind. He did hint earlier that the first chance he gets in his last match, it'll be looking to get 60. On the black.
Well, he's made 3 of them in his career.
70.
Won't be making one here. Oh, hang on though, that cue ball did
24.
keep running. He can play for the black. Just. Yeah. Here's the key shot though. He's got a lovely angle here to screw into the reds. This is where you just need a little bit of luck to finish on something that you can still get onto the black from. Oh, it's not worked out. Well, I say that. Theoretically, could double a red here and maintain position on the black. Wouldn't leave anything though if he attempts a double. Got to be worth a try. Get in. Oh, what a shame.
David Gilbert, 32.
Well, it would have been a great way to start. Here's the fluke to kick things off. Never in doubt.
One.
Got close to it the first time, but it just tracked along that cushion.
Good heavens, Stephen. It looks to me as though that red will pot in the middle pocket, doesn't it?
One.
Well, there's your answer. Absolutely. I think the only hope for Chris Wakelin there was the cue ball not staying on its true course at the pace that Dave had to pot that red to middle. Not the sort of shot you want to leave somebody with no aspirations of anything from this match.
6.
It's going to go for his shots and probably going to knock them in.
Oh, it's a bizarre safety shot that Chris Wakelin played. He must have, you say, assumed that it was too fine a cutback and there wasn't much of the pocket showing, but clearly there was.
It's not going to take much tempting for Dave Gilbert, is it, this match?
14.
Any chance he gets at a pot, he's going to be taking them on.
15. David Gilbert, 15.
Well, just when Dave Gilbert looked set to establish a 2-0 lead in next to no time, he missed cues, and what's more, he's opened all the reds up here, so one decent pot here from Chris Wakelin. He could easily erase that deficit. Now, that's something worth mentioning. Whenever you miss cue as violently as Dave Gilbert did there, it always leaves a bit of a clod of chalk on the cue ball. Have a look at this. Ooh, that didn't sound good, did it? Look at that black, just went into those reds and developed them beautifully. But yeah, there's always a big lump of chalk on the cue ball whenever you miss cue like that. Often needs to be scraped off.
One.
That was a nice strike from Chris, mid-range pot. He pured it, middled the red and nicely on a baulk colour. Work his way back down the table. It's a big few weeks coming up for Chris Wakelin. As you mentioned, he'll be playing out in the Shanghai Masters. Fantastic opportunity for him there if he can get through his opening wildcard round. What an occasion it will be to take on the world champion Zhao Xingtong in his backyard in Shanghai at probably one of the most prestigious Chinese events we have. Only the top players involved. And I have it on good word that you cannot get a ticket for that event this year, and I'm not surprised. It's going to be massive.
11.
Yes, the Shanghai Masters, originally a ranking event, but just an invitation event now. Of course, Zhao Xingtong defeated Chris Wakelin en route to claiming the World Championship title.
Well, that contribution came to a pretty abrupt end for Chris Wakelin. He overran the positional shot to the reds by quite some distance.
I'll certainly take this red on because he can play it plain ball. The cue ball will miss cannoning anything else. Better missing it on the thin side. That's why the cue ball has returned to the bolt cushion. Ended up a good safety.
Well, he's found one there, Dave. Good pot. Nice cannon to the yellow as well. This brown cuts back. And already nicely in front in this frame. The red's at his mercy to finish it off.
5. Six.
So just as we watch Dave Gilbert put the finishing touches to this frame, Liam Davis in a good position over on table 2. Remember, that group is very, very tight, and it's still a possibility that all players could finish on 4 points, and therefore it would come down to the head-to-head and possibly the high break. Now, Liam Davis in the previous frame made a break of 1-2-6. Will that prove to be big enough come the end of the day? He can still get to 7 points. If he beats Dylan Emery, he'll go to 7 points. But of course, Matthew Selt can also go to 7 points. So still all very much to play for over on table 2.
24. 25. 31. 32.
Such a fluent curious day, Gilbert. Look at the tip of the cue where he draws it back to, right back to the base of his thumbs. Extraordinary. I don't know another player that does that. John Higgins does, but he has a much, much shorter distance
39.
from his bridge hand to the cue ball. Dave Gilbert's much longer.
41.
I think that's why he just looks so good, isn't it? Because it's just so fluent, so smooth, so long. Brilliant when he's in stroke, and that was another very quick fire kill from David Gilbert. He leads Chris Wakelin 2-0, and all of a sudden he doesn't look like missing, but as I say, it's a little too late from him. He's 2-0 up.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history,
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
the biggest prize, the crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So all of a sudden it doesn't look like David Gilbert can miss out there in the arena. It was a real struggle early on. Lost 3-1 to Ricky Walden and then 3-1 to Lu Hong Yu this afternoon. Chris Wakelin, however, there was a chance he could have topped this group had the result in the previous game gone his way. Unfortunately, it didn't for him. Ricky Walden is the Group E champion. And we expected this game to be free-flowing and plenty of attacking long balls being attempted and plenty of big scoring, and that's what we've had so far, and it's all come from Dave Gilbert.
Well, I don't think we've had a 3-0 today. Could this be the first?
Dom, don't spoil it now, come on. Yeah, of course, it's a little subplot worth noting that if Dave Gilbert does go on to win this match, he'll overtake Chris in the table and nick an extra £1,000 from the day. So there's always something to play for here at Championship League, and there's always an incentive to continue on in a professional manner, try and see out the day, give it your all. And of course, at times the intensity isn't quite there, but I don't think the competitive animal within you as a player will allow you to just roll over. And we can see Chris there missing that long red. He will be trying his hardest, but because the players feel like there's nothing riding on this game, can expect to see a few misses.
That's really opened things up, and that's a very handy kiss from cue ball to Brown. It's not only snookered the red that's potable to the right corner, or would have been potable, left the cue ball absolutely tight against the bulk cushion, making cueing very difficult now.
Foul and a miss. Chris Wakelin 4.
Dear. 2 misses. And a ball that he can see full on, which means he'll be warned by our referee that if he doesn't make contact with a red on this third occasion, the frame will be awarded to Chris Wakelin.
Yeah, we'll forfeit frame.
You watch him pot this. It was absolutely guaranteed.
You just know it as a player, don't you, Stephen? You know, when you're in the chair, I'm sure Chris Wakelin had half an idea that he'd not let him, but he's finished on the black. Just. Oh, awkward cueing though. He's disgusted with that one, isn't he?
David Gilbert 1.
Yeah, because he gave a little smile to Chris. I don't know why he did, because I think both players expected Dave Gilbert to knock that red in once the warning was handed out to him, but he'd be mightily disappointed to have missed the black by such a distance.
Well,
but that's not the best positional shot Chris Wakelin's ever played, and this black is tricky now.
It is, because it's just off the cushion, and if you just catch the cushion before the black, you'll overcut it. Oh, he's a tall man, Chris Wakelin, about 6'1". He can just about reach it without the rest. Yeah, no problem.
8. Nine.
Chance for Chris now to string a few
16.
together. He's done much of the spectating in this match from David Gilbert, barely missing. So there's been an update over on table 2.
8.
Battle between two young Welsh talents. Liam Davies has taken a 2-1 lead over Dylan Emery, which means that he has the chance to go on and win that match, and with it head to 7 points and at the top of the table.
24.
Of course, Dylan Emery will have something to say about that, looking to try and turn this one around and get the draw from it. Still very wide open, the group over on table 2, Group F. Still none the wiser as to who's going to come through, so it's worth keeping an eye on table 2 over on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Really has been quite the contrast, the 2 groups today, hasn't it, Dom? Our group finished a lot earlier than table 2, just purely because of the results, you know, going the way of Ricky Walden, and he's played brilliantly well.
33.
Yeah, absolutely. Ricky Walden's certainly been the standout player in this group today. He's the one knocking in the big century breaks. Nearly every frame he won was made with a big break.
38.
Yeah, incredibly, he's made 5 century breaks in this tournament alone, Ricky Walden. He made 12 century breaks all of last season. That goes to show the level that he's managed to find once again, the level that we all know is there for him.
He's on this red to the right of the pink. He just needs to try and stun through the gap of the other 2 reds to the right of it for the blue. Managed it nicely.
47.
Something has just caught my eye in terms of the head-to-head between these 2 players, and David Gilbert has never lost to Chris Wakelin. It's 4-0, and Chris isn't going to get a victory over him here today because the best he can do is a draw.
52.
I just mentioned Marco Fu earlier on. It was Marco that handed a 5-3 loss to Chris Wakelin in the Wuhan Open qualifying, and he didn't play a British Open qualifier because he is in the top 16, held over to play at the main arena where he'll take on Kyron Wilson. What a first round tie that is in the British Open. So coming to this Championship League, he hadn't registered a victory this season yet. Of course, played well in Group 1, Phase 1, came through comfortably, but just hasn't been able to find that level today.
58. 59. $66. $67. $73. $74. $79.
Chance to keep this break going. Still a century on. Yeah, not to be. It was a bit of a stretch there for Chris Wakeling, but a 79 nevertheless was a good response to the two quick-fire frames from David Gilbert. He's closed the gap, but the best he can still do is a draw. It's 2-1 Gilbert.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So by the end of play today, 3/4 of winners group will be decided. We know who one player is going to be. Ricky Walden has completed top of the table here on table 1. Still to be decided over on table 2. That group is very tight, but we are edging ever closer to realising the final 8 players left in this BetVictor Championship League. Been a long old road to get here. 21 days we'll have been playing for. The players competing to whittle the field down. £33,000 on offer to the player who leaves here Wednesday evening with the trophy, plus a place in the Champion of Champions. And nicely in, David Gilbert using the pack of reds to bring more reds into play. Purposefully keeping himself on that black, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him try and stay there.
$8. $9.
Definitely an opportunity here for a very big break. I think he's on the red to the right corner. If he is, that's absolutely fine.
16.
Just tried to get a few more reds into play there. That little cluster of 6 beneath the pink is awkward. in an ideal world, he'd love to go into those 6 with this red being close to this right corner pocket, but of course, about to remove that red, and with any insurance of when he goes into the pack of actually landing on one.
Played that very nicely, but if he does choose to go into that little group of 6 reds, he needs to almost skim off them a little bit, because if he catches them too fully, he could be underneath all of the reds, and the chances then of being able to maintain position of the black is definitely lessened.
Yeah, and he struck that perfectly, exactly as you said. He had to catch the left part of that
24.
pack. Didn't want to go into them too full. Could quite easily have stuck, and well, Dom, look at the reds now. Had an early chance
25.
for one in one of the earlier frames, broke down, didn't land on a red going into them. He's landed this time.
$32.
85.
Well, here's an update on table 2. Liam Davis, a brilliant performance against Dylan Emery. Went 1-0 down in that game, and he's fought back, responded well, and he's done the best he could possibly do. He's going to be finishing the day with 2 matches won and 1 draw, which means he'll finish the day on 7 points. But of course, it's not done and dusted over on table 2 just yet. Matthew Selt taking on Stuart Bingham in the final game. Selt can also get to 7 points. Now, if Selt beats Stuart Bingham 3-1, it will go on the head-to-head, which between the two, Matthew Selt, Liam Davis, that game finished 2 each. That means it'll go down to the highest break. Liam Davis currently with a 1-2-6.
48.
Playing some brilliant snooker, Liam Davis. It feels like he's really starting to mature as a player. Of course, works with Lee Walker. Finding his feet on the World Snooker Tour, he was spoken very highly of as one of the up-and-coming youngsters.
49.
And now starting to fulfill that potential. Great to see.
105. 111.
56.
Well, what a performance that is from Liam Davis. Breaks of 118 and a 1-2-6 in a 3-1 victory over fellow Welshman Dylan Emery. Great performance and a great day's play from Liam Davis, but will it be enough to top the group? Final game coming up over there will decide that.
57.
Meanwhile, David Gilbert going nicely and still on the black. Look at the reds as well, Dom. This is a good chance.
Yeah, it's all about giving yourself options. If you're not nicely on one red to maintain position on the black, will you be on another? Those 2 reds together are a little bit of a problem at the moment. But as fewer and fewer reds remain,
64.
the positional aspect of every shot has to be even more precise.
Now, if the bottom of those 2 reds close together doesn't pop to this right corner, could be an option to play a little cannon to them at some stage with reds available elsewhere.
$72.
Certainly looks tight. It's just slightly left of the top red, which means it could be close to being available.
73.
Could play a little cannon here, because the red just above the pink spot would be a red that he could land on. That's exactly what he's looking at. If that bottom red pots, he won't play the cannon. If it doesn't, he can play it here. And he's played it to perfection.
80.
Just as that one awkward red nearest the right-hand side cushion to worry about.
81.
just over-screwed the cue ball now. He's going to have to fight to hold it.
Can he go into the red? Is it a natural? Oh, he's tried it and he's just caught the wrong side of it. He'd have loved to have caught the bottom side. Well, he's going to need a worldie here to keep this break going. Come on, Dave. Oh, it was never there. The pace and catching that near jaw. Unfortunately for David Gilbert, the break ends at 88 and a valiant effort at the maximum not to be. It's been a tough day at the office for David Gilbert, but he ends on a high, I suppose. He finishes with a 3-1 victory over Chris Wakelin. Let's have a little look at how the table has finished. Of course, we knew going into that match that Ricky Walden was going to be our Group E leaderboard, and there is confirmation of that. He tops the table and books his place into Wednesday's final group. Lu Hongyu finishes in second, and David Gilbert snatches third from Chris Wakelin, who, unfortunately for him, finishes at the bottom of the table. So remember, Table 2 is still in action and the final game is coming up over there. Head over to the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. You can follow that match and, of course, see who comes through that group as well. Here's a look at tomorrow's fixtures and what a final day of action we've got for you. The shootout champion and Leicester's very own Tom Ford kicking things off on Table 1, and Wu Yiza in action also on many people's shortlist to potentially be a first-time winner and potentially that to happen this season. Matthew Stevens and Lu Wenwei involved also. And over on Table 2, very talented youngster Ben Mertens from Belgium in the opening game, taking on Yao Pen Cheng. Sam Craigie as well came into Phase 1 as a 4th seed. What a nightmare 4th seed he was. Back after an illness, back fit and well, he'll be taking on Amir Sarkosh. So plenty to look forward to tomorrow, and remember, 2 more players to book their place into the final group, and it will all conclude on Wednesday. So that leaves me to say, from all of us here at Leicester, it's been a very good day of action. Thank you very much for your company, and we'll do it all again tomorrow. It's a very good night.